round, the championship finals, and we've got one round to go. So, let's put our seatbelts on because we're ready for fast action of round number 3. Remember, contestants, round 3 means 10 points for each correct answer, so this 90-75 lead is not as wide open as it looks. All right, here we go, round 3. Winton Forest, are you ready?
Yeah!
Our Lady of Rosary, are you ready?
Yeah!
All right, here we go with round 3 action of the final round of the DARE Championship of 1994. Here we go. When you say something nice to someone, you give them a, and it looks like for Winton Forest, it is Armand.
Compliment.
Compliment, that's correct.
Come on!
True or false? True or false? A pedestrian may ignore traffic signals when crossing a street. Okay, for Our Lady of the Rosary, it is Michael.
True.
True. True, that's incorrect. That is incorrect. That is incorrect. Okay, we move on. A drug which is sold in stores for everyone to use is called what? Okay, for Our Lady of the Rosary, it is Carrie.
Over-the-counter medicine.
Over the counter, that's correct. True or false? Decisions we make sometimes depend on the gains or losses from taking a risk. Okay, for Winton Forest, it is Robin.
True.
True, that's correct. Multiple choice question here, 2 answers. Please allow me to give the 2 answers. What do you tell someone who calls and asks for your mother when she's not home? A, she's not home, or B, she's busy and, okay, buzzing in too early was Winton Forest. I'll repeat the question for Our Lady of Rosary. What do you tell someone who calls and asks for your mother when she's not home? A, she's not home, or B, she's busy and can't come to the phone. Okay, it is Carrie.
B.
B, she's busy and can't come to the phone. That's correct. True or false? After you've done trick-or-treating on Halloween, you should have your candy checked by a trusted older adult. Okay, it looks like for Winton Forest, it is Armand.
True.
True, that's correct. True or false? There are 4 major kinds of pressure. Okay, it looks like for Winton Forest, Jessica.
True.
True.
Come on, Elamar!
Heavy pressure, true or false? Heavy pressure is used by people who are not your friends. Okay, for Winton Forest, it is Robin.
False.
False is incorrect.
Yes!
It's incorrect. Answer is true. True or false? Personal pressure can cause you to let me repeat the question. Personal pressure can cause us to do obsessive things. Okay, for Winton Forest, it is Robin. I'm sorry, Jessica. At the end, I'm sorry, Marcus.
True.
True, that's correct.
Come on,
Sorry
Elamar!
about that.
Come on.
True or false? True or false? Broken record can be used with what type of pressure? And for, I'm sorry, we'll throw that question out. This is an answer this fill in the blank. When someone says don't be chicken, it's only a joint, trying to get you to smoke marijuana, what type of peer pressure is that? Okay, it looks like for Winton Forest, it is Robin.
Friendly.
I'm sorry, friendly is incorrect. I'll repeat the question for Our Lady of Rosary. When someone says don't be chicken, it's only a joint, trying to get you to smoke marijuana, what type of peer pressure is that? Okay, it looks like Carrie.
Teasing.
Teasing pressure is correct. True or false? True or false? The cold shoulder is a form of arthritis. Okay, it looks like for Winton Forest, Robin.
False.
False is correct.
Type of arthritis.
We move on. Fill in the blank. Telling others your rights while respecting others' rights is for Our Lady of Rosary. It looks like it is Michael.
Assertive.
Assertive, correct. True or false? And the time has gone. And we crown a new winner in the DARE Challenge 1994 as they bring all the faithful up here. Winton Forest moves on to the championships. In fact, they are the champions with a 135-130 advantage. I'll tell you what, we're going to take a break and come back with the award ceremony. So sit tight, and we'll tell you all about the DARE Challenge 94 as it concludes.
We've done a lot, but you know one thing?
Okay, now and This has been an exciting round as we've crowned Winton Forest the champions. And how about Our Lady of Rosary with an outstanding effort? Give them a big round of applause, too. Okay, now we've got chairman of the DARE program, Officer Stegman, who has just done outstanding efforts here to make sure both these teams and all these participants, we've had many rounds. If you've just tuned in, we've had, over about 20 teams in this competition. So, Officer Stegman, what do you think about today's competition?
Well, this is a great opportunity, I think, for the parents and for all of our viewers to see what we do all year. You know, the DARE officers, I have Officer Hall, Officer Zettler, there's Officer Friedhoff and Officer Armentrout, Officer Vitri, and myself. We teach in approximately 25 schools throughout 5 school districts, and we have over 100 children participating in this television program, and over probably 1,500 children total in the core programs. And last year, one of my schools won, and I was real pleased with them, and that's kind of why I'm here today. Not only do I coordinate 4 or 5 of the school districts, but I want to present Officer Hall with the school plaque for her school. It hung in one of my schools for a year, and now this is for you, and also a little personal trophy for your desk because I enjoyed mine on mine. So congratulations. Darlene and I, we were the original DARE officers in the program, so we've been together a long time, and she also does the Most Wanted band. And I want to thank her for participating again.
Let's give a big round of applause to these officers that have done some outstanding work behind the scenes. You say some words.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for the parents that showed up and the teachers to show support for the students. These kids just graduated DARE on Wednesday of this week, so it's all fresh to them. And I hope that next year this time is just as fresh for them as well as the parents.
Okay, great. Hey, let's look at the prizes that Our Lady of Rosary. Hey, why don't you guys show this stuff that they've got? So show your Cincinnati Bengals things. Hey, the Bengals are on their way back, and hopefully you guys got this. And thanks for Forest Fair Mall for giving these wonderful Bengal plaques that they've gotten. Hey, you guys come around here. Look what you guys got. You guys got the Bengals cooler, and inside the coolers, we've got some great prizes for you guys as well. Also, thanks to America Live, who is giving some T-shirts, entertainment complex here in the Forest Fair Mall. And wait a second, I need to interview one of you guys. Who wants to be interviewed?
Me.
Oh, you all want to be interviewed.
Yeah.
All right, what do you have to say about winning the DARE Challenge 1994?
We won. No, it feels good to learn that we learned so much things about how to say no, and we'll remember this through our whole lives.
Okay, outstanding. Yeah. I thought she was going to say I'm going to Disney World. Okay, well, once again, thanks to Our Lady of Rosary and Winton Forest. Until next year, the 1995 DARE Challenge. We'll see you there. Thanks again to everybody that has been participating in this wonderful, wonderful event. Till next year, see you.
This has been a production of Waycross Community Television, the access partnership of Forest Park, Green Hills, and Springfield Township with Warner Cable. Opinions are those of the program participants and do not necessarily represent the community governments or the cable company. If you have questions regarding this program, or if you would like to participate in the activities of Waycross Community TV, you may call 825-2429. Or write Waycross Community Television, 2086 Waycross Road, Forest Park, Ohio, 45240.
It is one of those days. How's everyone doing? Let's do that. Set that up right. As you can see, I have my co-host here. Speaking of, hey, Sunday.
Hey.
We are live. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine.
Timing is phenomenal.
Did you finish all of Dare?
We finished the Dare Championship, and I got to tell you, I think it was an upset. I was pretty stunned, actually. I mean, I don't know if you watched, but there was a question that was questionable on whether it was true or false, and it ultimately cost the team.
What was the question?
I don't remember.
Okay. Good to know.
There are a handful of moments I really love in the championship. There's because it's lit so badly and they're using really cheap cameras, because public access was public access. There is this moment where the cameraman, apparently, who was supposed to be recording the one team, and the kids one is a white school, one is a black school. It is like weirdly segregated championships, which weird. And the camera like focuses on the other team, but he didn't like change the lighting. So it's like black shadows on a white background. It's terrible. It's the magic you only get in like early 90s or 80s public access awfulness. And again,
lovely.
Drugs won the drug war. So.
Well, people surely didn't. Are we going to be covering Sam Cedar versus Ethan? I think that's actually going on right now.
It is. I figured we can jump in, and I think we can go to it. There's other news I did want to go to and sort of mention, even if it's brief. But I'm happy
looks like it just wrapped up. Is it still live?
Money. Drinking a decent stout RN. Thank God I don't do drugs.
Huh. I could go for one of those right now.
It ended. I've got it up. Like it looks like it finished up. And I figured we could wait because I think it's going to be a long set of reactions. I watched the first like 10 minutes, and it doesn't take long for like Ethan to start getting
No, it's still going on right now, actually.
Oh fuck! You want to go live, or do we want to?
Let's go. Let's just start from the beginning of it. We'll have to get through it. It's okay. We will have time to cover news after, I'm sure.
I'm going to make sure, because one thing I will note, everyone who does have student loans in America, it is 100% worth. Last Friday we covered it. It is 100% worth taking a moment and going and looking at everything, getting your shit in order, because all the stuff we talked about last Friday is actually happening, and it's the worst case scenario. So I just want to have like a PSA kind of moment with that. I think is fair. But yeah. Yeah. It's good. This is going to be not fun, by the way. At least I don't think so. But maybe it will be. Who knows? I might disagree with myself soon enough. Who knows? No? You okay there?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm just waiting for this to start.
Fair enough. I'm just getting it organized. I wasn't ready to jump right to it.
And why'd you start the stream before I was even in the call?
I had other things first. I didn't know we were going right to this one. There's so many fucking... Dude, we have RFK on video talking about how chemtrails are real. Like, there's a lot of...
It's RFK. He's always going to say shit like that. Like, we know this.
But he says DARPA's
you have to look
the
at
one
what
doing
he does, because what he says is always going to be nonsense.
But he's
crazy.
He
has
government.
Worms in his brain.
He's in the government saying, it's not my department that does it. We think it's coming from DARPA, and I'm appointing a guy to look into it. Which is like...
But the scandal, though, is that he's in the government. We already know what he's like. He has
fucking
worms in his brain. The head of your health system has worms
lighthearted
in his
brain. Shit. It's been really a long 24, 48 hours in this country.
Been.
And it's just getting worse. But
okay, your call. Do you want to go through that first, and we'll go through Ethan?
No, we're already on this, and I think it's live. It's worthwhile. You want to change
though? Like, really? Is it?
I think it is.
Okay, let's do it then.
I think it's because, like, again, this has the best opportunity to have a real conversation actually come out of it. It's the best opportunity for...
I'm going to be... Look,
Look, no, I already know kind of how this is going to go mentally, and I have like every cynicism. But Sam is phenomenal at talking to people and making his points, and I'm really looking forward to how he does it.
But Ethan will not be present for this conversation. This is going to be Sam Cedar talking to nobody for however long it goes on for. Ethan is not going to be mentally there. He's not going to care about what's being said because he's Ethan. We know who he is at this point. So I'm just saying, like, expect a whole lot of nothing. Not from Sam. Sam's very good. I'm just I am approaching this with a not optimistic outlook.
You're not alone.
Israelis would see that this.
So I did fast forward a little bit because there is kind of like a early bit where it's like Ethan talk. Well, do we?
Oh, you previewed. He's cheating.
No, dude, seriously, there's this like long upfront shit that happens. Do you want to do all of it?
Is it worth it? What's in the upfront shit? Is it like...
No, it's literally like 12 minutes of Ethan saying why he cares about Israel and how he's emotional about it and how he said things emotionally, but how he's not actually awful. It's just him restating stuff. It's not really even Sam responding to anything.
All right, chat, here's the deal, okay? Because I'm the only person here who knows how to run this as a business. If we get a super chat in excess of $10 telling us to fast forward past the 12-minute opening statements, we will do so. Go.
All right. Back we go to the beginning then.
You gotta twist the thumb screws. That's how it works.
That's you do your thing, my friend.
Ball guy.
He's an Olympic boxer. Ice Poseidon. Sam.
Stand by. The biggest thing is that iDubbbz hasn't denied it. You know what I mean?
He's looking a little less emaciated.
Easy thing to just deny.
I don't know if it's just the hair.
Yeah.
Okay. He's looking less
He's lost
awful.
a fuck ton of weight.
But he's looking less emaciated. Like he had the I've just been on Ozempic and not paying attention to my eating habits for the last 6 months look for a little while. He's looking well in this.
Oh my God, it's Sam Cedar. What a nightmare.
Oh no, Sam Cedar. What a fucking nightmare.
How have you been, Sam, since we ruined Steven Crowder's life together? Nice to see you again.
I've been feeling very badly for him.
Yes,
over the years.
It's a tragic loss of a great.
The ticks kind of just look eccentric when he's got the suit on.
Yes, it is.
Like seriously.
Hey,
it's like,
are we live now?
It's completely different.
We are live on the H3.
I'm sorry, he's looking sharp today.
I want to just start by sort of apologizing in that I sent you a DM on Twitter 6 months ago or something. I was just going through to find out, and I just realized you're no longer on Twitter.
Yeah.
So that explains why I didn't hear back.
He may yeah, I didn't see it. I wish I would have, but honestly, I don't know what to do because like I want to get off Twitter, but also it's kind of a pain because Twitter is the way that like I would reach out and speak to most people. But I also don't want to be on a platform that's like owned and perpetuates basically like Nazi shit. So
yeah, this was yes, YouTube? I understand that.
Yeah,
but I just wanted you to know I did reach out.
As bad as Twitter.
And, it was on me not to realize.
I don't know,
that,
man. It's getting there.
I do.
We don't have porn on here, but it's pretty bad.
I mean, Ye went on Twitch and was banned in like 3 minutes, which is fantastic and kind of hilarious in its own way.
Yeah, but he was banned like deliberately though. They saw Ye on Twitch.
Because he's actually Nazi.
Are we still calling him Ye, not Kanye?
I mean, I don't care. It's his name.
His name's Kanye. He changed his name to Ye as a branding thing. It's fucking weird. Whatever. It's like
okay,
well, I sure.
You know,
I still I don't care. I like
it's like if
what I call him. And he still has some of the best tweets.
It's like if I started calling you Brew, you'd find it a little weird.
I didn't ask to be called that.
Well, called that you shall be nonetheless.
What?
Blade Brew.
Don't call me that.
Well, that's nice to know that you reached out. I appreciate that. And the reason, I mean, obviously, people have been pushing for this conversation. I don't know if you know, like, the whole lore of it, the background of it.
Sam, who keeps up on drama content.
This is all I know is that Hazan reached out to me sometime. I mean, I got in touch with you October 24th.
He calls him Hazan.
And I said that I was meaning to reach out for a couple of weeks. So I assume it was sometime in early October. And I my thought we were just going to do this off air, but my understanding is that you and he were getting into it, and you felt like because he wasn't Jewish, he didn't have a perspective on this, and that's why he suggested that you speak to me. I don't speak for all Jews, just to be clear.
Right.
I speak for only for myself as.
And just because, look, I'm sorry, I'm already bored with this video. This is the best tweet that's ever been said. This is my favorite tweet of all time, maybe the single greatest tweet that was ever written. And Kanye wins that. It's the best. It's the single best tweet. I hate when I'm on a flight. I wake up with a water bottle next to me. I'm like, oh, great. Now I got to be responsible for this water bottle. That's just one of the best fucking tweets ever written. I'm just saying, like, I give you
hang on. Wait. What does that mean? I'm confused.
Have you, so I know you've never been on a plane. They go in the air and you sit in chairs on them.
Yes.
The stewardess come by and they drop, like, while you're sleeping. It happens all, they put a water bottle, like, in your holder or next to you.
Yeah.
And he's like, and I wake up, fuck, I'm responsible for this water bottle.
But don't they come back again and pick up your water bottles?
Yeah. I am stunned that you don't get this.
Well, when I fly, they give us water bottles, and then they come by with a bin. You take your water bottle.
And it's your job to put it in there. You're responsible for the water bottle.
No,
That's
they
the
take
joke.
it from you and they put it in the bin. They come by to your chair and they take it from you.
Boy, does comedy go in your brain to die? Like, this is genuinely fucking hilarious.
I just don't understand why he's responsible for the water bottle. There's a person who comes back to pick it up.
Wow. I find it to be one of the best. It's fair enough. Am
I wrong? Does that not happen?
No, look, Data, someday you'll be a human boy and we'll be able to have this conversation. I am.
Also, is he flying economy where they don't come by and grab his water bottle? Because I fly economy and they grab my water bottle for me.
Lol.
Thank you, Cryborn. Why doesn't it say how much they donated? That's kind of weird.
Why didn't it say that? I don't care. It was $2 from Cryborn. Thank you very much. And also, it's not funny. The tweet's funny. Sunday and I are not doing a bit. The show is special. That's for sure. Okay, I look at comedy very similarly to it's the old line. It's like dissecting a frog. No one really wants to do it, and it kills the frog. And I'm kind of wow. Let's get back to the most exciting intro.
You didn't enjoy dissecting woodland critters in high school?
I did not.
Do they still do that?
Are you like trolling the fuck out of me today?
No, they had ones in like formaldehyde that were delivered by like a science class supplier thing, so we didn't kill live animals. I mean, they were killed at some point by the organization,
you are
probably. But
fucking with me, and you're doing a very good job of it. God damn it!
Thank you.
Papa Brooks Geppetto very disappointed in his boy right now.
Thank you, sure shot, for the $5.
As a
yes, Sunday. Do you want Pinocchio is a old never mind.
They would pick up the water bottle from you because if they make it the responsibility of the passengers, it will litter the seats, obviously. And he's obviously not flying in economy class, so they're absolutely picking up his water bottle for him.
All that's accurate.
Okay.
Those are accurate descriptors of a situation.
Good. So we can continue then.
in any form
Well,
whatsoever.
Sam, allow me to speak for all Jews, if I may, today.
Please.
No, but actually, I mean, that's a total mischaracterization, which is kind of my problem with Hassan, which we can get into if you want. We don't even have to talk about Hassan. But
No.
basically, what I told him was that I was citing polling data that shows that about 70 to 80% of diaspora Jews have some kind of positive feelings towards the state of Israel. And he was disagreeing with me. And I mean, this is available by polls, readily available by Pew Research just last month, showing that. And I have, I don't know if you agree with that or not. I can pull it up, but
I'll just say up front also, comments in general about Ethan's mannerisms or behaviors are not going to be tolerated. I'll say up front, Ethan has and suffers from Tourette's, a pretty severe form of it. And it's one of those things that just in chat, slow your shit. Don't comment on the people. Leave that to Sunday to do fit checks on him and to have the little like comments. But we're not commenting on behaviors.
That being said, the combination of the tics, the pose, and the suit, because he's looking actually very good in this interview so far. He's kind of consistently.
He knew this would be wider. He knew this was bigger.
He's doing the dapper Winnie the Pooh thing pretty consistently, and it works. Just like
I think it works for him. Again, he knew this was going to be bigger. It's why he's wearing it. It's very well lit. Like just a thing to notice. People who wear dark suits don't really consider such a thing. Ethan gets this shit. They have contrast still because they have him well lit enough. They still have the contrast of this sort of black to the
he's
black
looking
shirt.
Substantially better than he usually does.
This is considered. They know this is going to be a wider thing, and he's moving to a more serious position of advocacy. Like really, this is more serious for him.
Sam, by contrast, is in a t-shirt.
He's not in a t-shirt. He's in a button-down.
Is it? Oh, I couldn't see it over the thing because you don't have it on the screen.
I don't have it on the screen?
Oh wait, because we're not at that point. I'm looking at the mini version in the live thing, and it looks like a t-shirt from this angle, but it's probably because it's really small and blurry, so I can't see the button.
You should be able to.
2% of diaspora Jews have some type of at least positive feelings about the state of Israel. I was stating that fact to him, and he was saying that I was wrong. And I said, "Who are you to talk about this?" I did not say that I only listen to Jewish people, which is a little bit of presumptuous and a little insane.
No, I don't think that's not what I took him to say. But I
don't know if that was a tick or if it was just
that's
entranced
irrelevant
by his
to me.
watch for a second.
So it's actually a common behavior of people who have tics is to find acceptable movements that
makes sense. Covered. Actually, yeah, you're just kind of like stimming them into control.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that I haven't seen that poll. I've seen ones that have said that they have a connection. They feel a connection, either strong or somewhat.
Yeah.
Which is different than positive per se.
So
but regardless, I mean, I think if I don't know your upbringing at all, but I mean, certainly my upbringing, my Hebrew education was, I would say 1/3 Holocaust, and I'm older, and so this was in the 70s.
He's older than me.
1/3 into the 80s, 1/3 Holocaust, 1/3 Israel,
How old is he?
1/3.
He's from the 70s. I thought you were born in the 70s.
No,
80s. Okay,
I was born in 80, so close, but no, not quite.
Close. Okay.
Just
on the cut.
Hebrew.
He's more old enough than me that I actually had a crush on Janine Garofalo, and it's one of the reasons that I actually got into lefty politics was because of him and Janine. Not a joke. It's one of the reasons that I listened to them. So
isn't the Garofalo a children's book?
Janine Garofalo's not.
Garofalo. Ah, I see. No, fair enough.
Like Hebrew and Jewish culture, and I certainly feel a strong connection to Israel, but I wouldn't call it positive these days.
Sure. I guess I think what the poll attempts to is basically, if you ask Hassan or a lot of people on the left, I think an emotional attachment is the way to describe this. So it's like if you think
I certainly have an emotional attachment.
Brooks, chat. Brufalo.
The Brufalo.
Okay, press play. Sorry, continue.
And it's not. But it's not. I wouldn't describe it as positive.
This isn't the one, is it, Dan? There's the one that shows 73% of diaspora Jews. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Regardless, basically, I want to flesh out my
the teeing up. I watched literally like just this next beginning part, and so I'm just going to say like the teeing up Ethan is doing here, and the setting up and building a foundation is so overdone. It's kind of wild to me that he's acting like he wanted to have an open conversation about this. And again, Sam is Sam. He's fine with it, but it's really fantastic.
Ideas, my thoughts, because I'm being characterized by Hassan and a lot of his cohorts as being, a Zionist, being pro-Israel, being a Israel apologist, being a genocide supporter, being a baby killer, being married to a baby killer, etc., right? My wife is Israeli. I don't know if you know that. So basically, I would like to just take the opportunity to explain my
secretary for baby killers. Slight important distinction.
Ideas, what I think about Israel, and you can tell me what you think, because apparently I will only listen to other Jewish people. So finally, I can speak to someone whose opinion matters to me. So thank you, as the official sanctioned Jewish man, Sam Cedar, everybody. 100% Ashkenazi. You ever taken one of those?
I haven't, but I'm quite sure I have some Sephardic Jewish ancestry too. So I would mix.
That's good.
Vilnius and Hungary, I think.
Good for you. I think that's always a good thing. My friend, I'm 99.3%. So that's my.
All right,
that's where my authority comes from.
I'll take your word for it.
So at any rate, let me start here by showing you a little context.
Oh, let me also just say, I got about an hour.
Okay, great.
Get home.
Well, I'll just get into it then.
Hey, just so you know, can we fucking get to it?
Oh, here it is. Not that it matters, but
Jesus Christ.
Whatever.
Who's the bigger?
So let's
channel?
start here.
It's got to be H3.
Oh, H3 I think is significant. Well, again, bigger is going to be.
No, it's not in terms of subscriber base. I mean, in terms of like their average views. So he's.
Oh no, for sure. Each 3 beats the shit in terms of like views, stats, all that stuff. But in terms of like credibility in these things, again, this is why you think Ethan's touching into and wearing the outfit and kind of setting up as much as he can. He's aware that Sam has credibility that he doesn't in a different way. Like, yeah.
No.
Let's start with the little icebreaker here. I know we're both fans of Tim Pool. Okay, let's just enjoy this image together. Tim Pool recently at a wedding, and can you see? Can you see that?
Did he get married?
Well, I think he's attending a wedding.
Okay.
And he's very formally dressed, except he appears to be wearing a beanie.
I would. I'm aware of his beanie attachment.
Yeah. So I don't know. I thought this was a fine look for our good friend Tim Pool there. Very good.
Nice suit.
Yeah. So well, let me ask you this: what have you kind of like heard about me? Because I mean, I know that your colleagues have an opinion.
I got to be honest with you. I have not heard much.
Pop this one on the screen. I'm about to post.
Good Lord. This is just painful. Oh my, what the fuck, man? That is fucking cursed to shit.
Your custom character appears in a cutscene.
That's... Jesus Christ. Whose wedding is it that these two are on the invitation list?
I don't know.
Question.
I don't know.
What Russian oligarch is having his daughter married that they are together?
I don't know. I don't know.
I hate this.
It's at Mar-a-Lago, isn't it? That's the Mar-a-Lago pool, no?
That's
not the wedding though, I don't think. Is that the wedding?
I think so. It's the same
outfit.
outfit.
That picture's at Mar-a-Lago. I don't know if the wedding's...
It's the same outfit.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused.
I don't know. They're fucking gross.
Like, you know, The only thing I really saw that came up in any of
It's not Mike Pence, Estelle. That was Roger Stone.
No, I was just gonna say it's Mike Pence. That's Dr. Strangelove. Okay.
It's Roger Stone, the rat fucker. He is the king of the rat fuck. That's what he does. That's his thing. And it's a political term, but he is a rat fucker. He's the reason that we had George Bush. He did the Brooks Brothers riots and was part of that, and also oversaw the 2020 insurrection at the Capitol to try to get Trump installed again, because all he cares about is maintaining power and being a piece of shit. He has a Nixon tattoo in the square of his back, right in the middle. He's a lunatic and deserves to go away.
of my mentions on Blue Sky, I'm also on Blue Sky, is just this issue about talking to me, and I had presumed that that was it, but I don't, look, from my perspective, I'm not, and I.
TTS is not working, Brooks.
It's working for me. I don't know why that didn't happen or pop up. Not sure.
Smith Black, how much to skip the H3 segment? Ethan ain't worth wasting breath on. 100.
Because all the others have been working. Why didn't that one pop up?
I don't know. There it is.
The fuck?
How much to skip the H3 segment? Ethan ain't worth wasting breath on.
What the fuck, man?
And what's weird too is
what the fuck was that?
Why it didn't read out the donation number again either.
No, it didn't. Let me open it up. Let me see what the fuck's going on.
Congratulations, Smith Black. Thanks for the $5. We're now going to be spending more time on the Ethan segment while we figure this out.
Well, technically, we're not spending it on that, but yeah.
Well, we're sitting there looking at it, not commenting on it.
And it is just practice.
Skip, please.
Oh.
Now it's doing it twice.
Nope.
Nope.
No, that's because I had it open in Stream Elements.
Oh, yeah.
Sent a real one. And I think we do have to skip it. I think Smith Blatt, thank you for the $100 for us to skip this fucking awful nightmare.
Very well. All right.
Okay.
I'm satisfied. Let's talk about brainworms.
Typical Democrats blaming upstanding citizen Roger Stone for Nancy Pelosi's hiring Antifa to riot on January 6th.
I had a whole bunch of stuff that was in the queue that is worth going through. The first is going to be this. Let me get a couple of these in here. But last Friday we went through a thing my wife got sent from her the legal firm who's been helping her with student loans, and they're not alone. It's one of the major sort of student loan groups that sort of does this. And boop. What we said last Friday is that the challenge was going to be coming. Oh my God.
Today marks 80th anniversary of the red flag being flown on the Reichstag. Remember, it was Soviet Union defeated Nazi Germany, liberated the death camps, and Saving Private Ryan is birth of a nation tier destruction of history.
A lot to unpack there.
So, I mean, there's nothing really to super disagree with. There's a tonal bit in the last bit, I
want to know about the Saving Private Ryan bit. That's interesting to me.
Well, so the Saving Private Ryan bit, I think is being said essentially, the idea of D-Day, the idea of how it's been reborn in American media is basically a way to completely retell the story. So that way it seems like the U.S. saved everyone and was the thing. And that's a birth of the nation level retelling via media and propaganda. I would generally, I would agree in the sense of,
I would agree. I'm inclined to agree in sort of a blanket description of that entire genre of film. That one in particular, it strikes me as an odd comment to me. Just as singling it out. Maybe just because it was very successful. I don't know.
Well, it's again telling the idea of the Americans alone being a thing. I would also argue, though, that the pressures from every angle. Again, who beat Hitler? The world did. Who beat Germany? The Allies, which was a combination of powers.
Hitler did.
And I mean, Hitler definitely beat himself. That's for sure. In the end, I mean, he was the only person who could, apparently. But who beat the Nazis? And it's a combination. And it was them working together, and absolutely the sacrifice of the Soviets, especially in the U.S., I mean, has been paved over by propaganda.
You know what beat Hitler, Brooks?
Sure, what?
Family.
Yeah, it was about family in the end.
It's about family.
But no, I mean, it's the issue I take specifically is that there is an absolute reality that the pressures of the U.S., USSR, and UK placed on, and how that invasion happened. And again, the U.S. from one side, the Russians from the other. I think I think it's unfair to say that it's not all of them. But in the West, we undo that. I know people in Moscow who are taught very much that the U.S. did nothing, which is kind of the same thing in the other direction.
There's a flip side too, in terms of rewriting like what Soviet involvement actually was, like enemy at the gates kind of shit. Like that's something else too.
Well, again, there's only one World War II film, and that's Come and See. Everything else is a dramatization that doesn't quite get at the heart in the same way. Come and See is the war film of all time.
What about The Last Jedi?
Maybe.
Maybe.
But Come and See is a movie that will leave a hole in you. And I think gets across very much what war is like. And I think anyone who's pushing an idea that any nation is responsible, like saying the Russians, is again totalizing what was a sacrifice of an extraordinary number of civilians in brutal ways. Again.
That actually is a Russian film. That's from 1985.
I'm hesitant to say Russian film, but yes, it is ish. The dude never made anything else. It's a complicated.
Well, not in the sense. Not in the sense of it being like it's a Russian film, but in the sense of like this is something that was released.
Yeah, no, it's about that front for sure. It is the movie. To me, it's the only war movie that needed to be made. I think Grave of the Fireflies is another one, but otherwise these exist as propaganda. That is what these films do, and the idea that a person or a country defeated Nazi Germany, just in the same way that Nazi Germany wasn't also a single country or a single person, I think is an interesting retelling of history regardless. But I do generally agree with the sentiment of we really forget the sacrifice of everyone on the other side of the Eastern Bloc, like extraordinarily forgotten, which is a shame.
Trying to think, there was another one that was really good, and I can't for the life of me remember what it's called. Damn it, I'll have to think of it later. Had a bunch of no names in it.
In terms of deaths, 27 million deaths USSR, 20 million China UK had 450,900 and US 418,500 deaths.
Yes, but again, getting gross. I don't think you're going to get me to like disagree that there was huge sacrifices or that the Soviet Union and everything they did, and I mean all of the pieces, all the people on the ground,
or who was fighting
the resistances, who was fighting the civilians. The stories are horrifying.
Or who was fighting for China. And by the way, what America did to make sure that the carnage was absolutely maximized because of who they wanted to come out on top at the end. Like
and again, China and where they were at versus how Japan handled it. The stories are like genuinely the stories across the board for what Japan did was insane. But again, it's more than just saying, oh, that's because China fought more. It's not. China's different setups, different situations, and again, placing it in this weird, they did more because they gave more lives is, I think, unfair because it's, again, basically presuming that those people gave their lives for that. Or
yeah, like or like, for example, quote unquote winning the world war, quote unquote, is a thing, quote unquote fighting. Like it's not like in Star Wars. China was invaded on two fronts. China was invaded by Japan, and then you had American meddling as well, as China was in a state of civil war. And amidst all of this, it's like, well, who gave more to the effort to beat Hitler? It's like, that's not how it worked.
Yeah, it's,
there are no good guys. There are individual people who were extremely brave and so on and so forth. That's about it. Because even when you're talking about the level of countries, there are no good guys either. There's definitely better and worse in aggregate, but people who prosecuted the war at the executive level of all of the Allied countries also were perfectly fine with committing atrocities against other people who were absolutely not Nazis, who were absolutely not fascists or imperialists or so on and so forth. Well, they were. Like, this is just a thing.
And using the excuse of the war in other ways in order to re-solidify hegemon powers of the various sides. I mean, there was an extraordinary amount of effort made by the U.S. and the U.K. against Stalin, but also Stalin and his people against what was like. Again, this is very much more complicated than just saying one side sacrificed more, therefore. To me, it's the thing to remember, and it's why I think to be specific, the focus on number of deaths and how we categorize them, I think, has been the worst part of one of the things that came out of the war, where we do what we do. The World War II and the Holocaust was the first industrialized war, modern war. And it's one of the reasons people are horrified by it. The Holocaust and the death camps were made efficient, and they fought for efficiencies the same way that anyone else does. But it isn't just those efficiencies. The way that the system at large wreak havoc across everything, how the number of deaths happened, where they occurred, and what we do is we focus on, well, these are the ones we should be saddest about, and these are the ones who are on the other side, and here's this. And it, instead of like taking at large the reality that Nazism as a thing killed tens or even 100 million more people globally. And we don't want to have that beginning question, because it's blaming it on a particular system. And it is all due to Nazism. There's no other excuse you can put at the foot of that. And somehow Nazis are allowed to exist still. It's kind of amazing to me. Like it's there's more deaths than anyone else ever. It's one of the parts of freedom of speech I've never understood.
As I think about it, I like the Birth of the Nation comparison simply for this reason. Leaving aside like scorekeeping for like which of these organizations, which of these countries, whatever, had the greatest hand, quote unquote, in defeating the baddies in World War II. I don't like the idea of attributing sacrifices to the sides, because all of those sides are by definition perfectly
willing to. If at the end of a war story you feel uplifted, or if you feel that some small bit of rectitude has been salvaged from the larger waste, then you have been made the victim of a very old and terrible lie.
I agree with that. Actually, it leads to what I was saying.
That's a fantastic way to put it.
Yeah.
You should never feel uplifted at the end of the war.
Captain Interruption today. Jesus Christ. Thank you very much. No, go on. Finish that thought.
No, that's what I was agreeing. That's all.
Okay. But it's like these different countries, they are perfectly happy, gleeful even, to sacrifice their population for these efforts. That's not really a sacrifice on their part.
You know what day it is? That's right. George Washington took office 200 years ago today. And it happened right here. We were going to declare another independence. The dawn of a new nation here.
There's a great book called Autumn of the Black Snake you should read.
I'm going to read Autumn of the Black Snake.
I'm talking to everyone else. 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 It's one of those things that's like...
You and the Black Snake, get a room. Sorry, go on.
George Washington and what he did with the Native Americans and how he founded this country and what he did financially is absolutely one of the... You want to talk about overwritten in American history propaganda...
Yeah.
There may not be anything else that comes close to the level of that. The explicit goal of George Washington was to help enrich his brothers who were land speculators in the country. And he formed the army to murder natives that he had treaties with, and got fucked the first time and founded an army to go do it. And so he could have it and also make money off of it. He specifically worked to do this. He is a horrifying human being.
We're doing Cult of the Factors Gods this Friday. We could do Autumn of the Black Snake next Friday.
Do you think you can read it that quick?
It's not that long.
It's a big fuck book. Are you kidding me?
It's like 400 pages, but like compared to like, look, man, I just finished Anti-Oedipus. Everything else is just like easy now. It's like it's crazy. Like actually just reading regular prose is like, oh my god, it's like a knife through butter.
The end of the Patriots' secret rule. Liberation of this country. This was where it was supposed to begin. This is where freedom could have been born.
Thank you, Sasha. I appreciate it. I like that previous one of the earlier
the other dono. Yeah.
Not the last one, the previous one. Sorry, Sure Shot to steal your thunder there. But the Birth of the Nation comparison I like because one of the things that war movies like Saving Private Ryan does, certainly Mel Gibson movies are a lot worse for this, is that they portray it as if all ethnic and whatever injustices are just solved through the brotherhood exhibited between soldiers. And it's like, okay, by the way, when you get back, you can't vote yet. Just FYI. And it's like not a major factor in Saving Private Ryan, but like that whole thing where it's like, oh, look, this is America right here. You can't vote. You can't vote. You're not allowed to sit in the same room, so on and so forth. Like it's almost comical. I oh my god.
Yeah. Just on that note, one of the things also because I just mentioned movies and I didn't really talk through what I consider to be pretty important films on the other side of the Pacific front. Mostly we don't have good films. Like they're not movies, especially in the West, that we've made about it. But there are amazing documentaries on Unit 731, which I highly, highly, highly suggest everyone watch, because aside from, obviously, there are general documentaries on what happened in Murder Under the Sun is another, for example. But there are documentaries on what the Japanese did in terms of like what I might call more traditional massacres and war crimes. But Unit 731 actually makes, like, it's one of those things where you read it and you go, why is Mengele famous for this? Why is the idiom not
people
731?
think of like the Nazis as being uniquely obsessed with eugenics and with biopolitics and so on and so forth. No, A, America was also doing that. B, Canada was also doing that. C, Japan was also doing that.
Yeah, but and again, Unit 731 did stuff that.
Yes.
The data of life is transferred from parent to child. That's how it works. But we have no heirs, no legacy. Cloned from our father with the ability to reproduce conveniently engineered out.
What the fuck? Are you high, Sure Shot? Or is that poetry? Where did you call it's interesting. I'm trying to figure out how it hits. Let me real quick and then we'll go. Unit 731 did the worst things I've read about.
They vivisected people alive.
That's like the light version.
Yeah, but just so you know, like we were talking about frogs being dissected earlier, they did that to people. It's like that's a thing.
It is from Metal Gear
Solid 2.
Fuck, I knew it, you motherfucker.
No, it's not. It's from this. By the way, this is such a weird book. I'm not talking about the contents, just like the construction. Like, what is this thing? Look how tiny it is. Like, I was expecting it to be like, oh, it's going to be like, you know, the University of Minnesota Press, 1,000 Plateaus size, because it looks like that. That's the kind of cover you'd have on that kind of thing.
That's Nick Land?
That's Nick Land. This is Fang
Nick
Newman.
Land writes as well as and you know what I mean by that, as Kojima.
He writes better than Kojima. Early Nick Land writes really good. This is so far a very mixed bag. Some of the early stuff in here is actually quite good, but
What do you recommend for Unit 731? There's literally a documentary called Unit 731 Testimony that came out in the 90s that just trigger warning for everything. Like it's hard for me to even describe the human experimentation that happened there. The living vivisections is like the cute version. It was like they did experiments where they would begin freezing people and just watch and cut them open as they were being frozen alive just to see what froze when. They would dissect people after giving them anthrax so they could see living tissue being infected. There's a scene in Snowpiercer where they put the guy's arm outside and then smash it.
Yeah.
Like they just did that.
Yep.
Just to see what would happen.
Yep.
They put people in pressure chambers just to see what exploded first when you put it under extreme pressure. They would test grenades on women, children, by putting them in a blast chamber with the grenade and filming it. Flamethrowers too, by the way. They'd rape and force women to become pregnant and then vivisect them and then infect them at that point with an STD to watch what would happen to the baby inside of her.
Why are you directing people to the book and giving them a trigger warning? You're just telling them the thing.
Because it's to the point. I'm just saying what they did. The documentary, and it's a documentary on the testimony about it. That's why you hear testimony from people. It's a documentary out of Asia. You hear the descriptions. I'm just saying what happened. That's bad, but I'm not describing it.
Describing it with brevity, but yeah, okay, fair enough.
Oh, no. It's again, it's a lot of the stuff just sits with you, and I don't care for it.
Oh, I imagine that would.
It's just no good.
Yeah.
No fun, doesn't feel right, doesn't feel nice. No, I don't know. Sorry, I'm rambling now because now it's in my brain and I don't know how to move on.
We were talking about
student loans.
You think they had it bad? Jesus. Okay.
Look, this is going to be a stream about how we're fucked again. So student loans work like this. Hey, we're going to loan you money and then we're never letting you pay it back. But if you do good work, or if you try, or if you have income that's below a certain amount, we're not going to make you pay. And after 20, 25 years, we're just going to forgive it. Generally speaking, you don't die with student loans. It stops after a certain amount of time. You defer payments because you don't have the income, because you had kids, which Republicans claim they care about, because you did civil service or military service, which Republicans claim they care about. But what actually happened in this case is they deleted all of the information we said last Friday everyone should be downloading. It's all not public anymore, and everyone has basically been alerted that if you are out of payment, you are about to be sent to collections. They're flat out just sending it to collections.
Yep. All those impoverished people who can't start a basic life. The thing they teach you in your first sociology class. Hey, this is what causes societies to break down really, really fast. Yeah, you're making those real quick. Really quick.
Yeah, it's really awful. So Republicans unveiled their plan, just to read the article. During the plan's unveiling Tuesday, this was yesterday, what is known as committee markup, the Education Committee's Republican chairman, who is a huge piece of shit, said, if there's any consensus when it comes to student loans, it's that the current system is effectively broken and littered with incentives that push tuition prices upward. School has no reason to lower costs or ensure degrees align with their employer needs, all while students and taxpayers pay the price.
I like that Brooks impression you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I try to do what I can. So, again, they're using budget reconciliation to do this. which we've talked about a few times,
Yeah.
it will pass as a thing. If they get every single person, please do call. If you have a Republican senator or Republican congressperson, still call, because there's enough wavery in the Republican world.
There have been cracks showing recently.
Yeah.
Big ones. Not just the ones that you could sort of infer from the dysfunctional way that Trump deals with his cabinet, like just generally. It's looking like there's a general turn coming pretty fast at this point. It doesn't look like he's holding on to. It doesn't look like he's going to hold on to much. I feel like this is going to come to a head pretty fast.
It's going to get very bad. And they're cutting Pell Grants. They're destroying a whole bunch of programs that Biden and others had. We can go through it, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, because this is the kind of stuff that actively is going to simply destroy the economy, which is awesome. It's another one of those things they're doing. Because if people don't start paying back, they're going to have their wages garnished, which means people are paying back their loans. And you're talking about billions of dollars every month being siphoned right out.
Don't worry, BlackRock will buy your foreclosed house.
That's accurate, actually.
Yeah.
And so ultimately, people who have student loans are just going to have collections going after them. And the fun part is, they could just forgive all student loans. It wouldn't really affect anything, because the government is the one who owes it, and forgiving it would just end it. And all of these people who aren't paying it back, they're spending money in the economy. This would enable them to continue to spend money. But by removing further consumer spending from the economy, on top of the tariffs, on top of everything else, this is cascade, as I like to say, the cascade.
I feel like a broken record, but it's just like, it just comes down to, again, we're not even just talking about cynicism. They flat out don't understand how the economy works. They think that it's a matter of people winning and losing, and not a matter of, no, you need to keep the spice flowing. Like, it's not about, who's the freeloader? Who's the baddie? We need to punish them. If stuff is out of circulation because it's being perversely hoarded by somebody you're giving a tax cut to for literally no reason,
yep.
Everything, including, by the way, that person's coffers from your economy at least, goes down. Doesn't.
Yeah.
It's dumb.
It's insane.
Really dumb.
It's completely broken, and it's again a fundamental misunderstanding, because again, Republicans have one thing that they believe in, and that is people being hurt. That's what they're upset about. They're mad, effectively. The people, as a thing, aren't in as much pain as they should be because they have debt. That's the emotional response to this that you'll see across the board. Is, I don't have debt. Why do they have debt? And then they say that while having 3 fucking mortgages that they're able to pay off. But it's like these really insane mental spaces these people go into. But again, it's all just about causing pain. There's no reason to do this otherwise. There's no reason to do this otherwise. In fact,
I mean, there is a reason to do that to all those people you're doing this to pay money to make tax cuts for. Like, absolutely. All these people who have been committing overt fraud.
But this
like
wouldn't
for
affect
example.
taxes, though. Like, the money, this doesn't affect the ability for the government to pay back taxes. This money being paid back doesn't go into coffers that then are able to be used. This literally has almost no impact.
Oh, absolutely. But again, this comes back to them not understanding, Trump, not understanding how any of this works. Because fundamentally, what he's doing all of this for is to, quote unquote, pay off, to justify tax cuts for particular people. And getting the difference from wherever he can, not understanding how any of it functions.
It's wild. It's fucking wild, man.
Like, the tariffs aren't even to a political purpose. They're for a particular gain. They're literally just because he's under this bizarre delusion that it is unfair if other countries profit from trade with you. Why would they trade with you if they don't profit from it? And that somehow just, it will all just come in tenfold. It's ridiculous.
The workforce must be disciplined.
And that's actually the next bit here, because I think there is a cynicism that is at large happening where people are excusing.
Can we stop living in unprecedented times, please and thank you?
It's only going to get more unprecedented, sadly. So UPS has there's a big article going around. Everyone's talking about UPS is cutting 20,000 jobs because of Trump's tariffs. And this isn't true. And it's really interesting to watch how it's going around and how this is happening, because everyone is assuming, it's because there's fewer shipments coming in, and UPS is going with it. They're allowing that narrative because the reason that
cover.
It's cover because Amazon's been taking their own deliveries. And so they're taking business from UPS. So UPS is closing stores and reconsolidating and doing a bunch of stuff that they would be doing anyway, because they already had in place an agreement with Amazon to phase out a huge amount of their deliveries for Amazon by 2026 before Trump. So this 20,000 jobs was already a thing they knew was coming, but they get to blame it on the tariff.
This is a precedent we understood from COVID.
Yes,
when
it's
a
100%
whole lot of organizations would use the cover of COVID, even though they were being subsidized by the government to run, especially in my country, in order to justify raising prices arbitrarily and removing staff at the same time.
Yep.
And they've continued to do so indefinitely. Anyone who likes anime, like I do, are probably familiar with a whole lot of shows being delayed ostensibly because of COVID. This is not the case. COVID absolutely had an effect. It absolutely mattered. However, what was actually happening was happening long before, which is they were stretching a tiny amount of professionals ever more and more thin for cost, killing these people. These people would be stressed out of their minds, working ungodly hours, and they had a critical limit where they couldn't actually deliver anymore.
Yep.
This is ubiquitous. They are still, by the way, explaining, for example, the year-long delay of the finishing of various actually fairly prestigious shows on that basis. It was COVID in like 2023. Like, sure.
Well, and
that's it.
100%. And I think this is because this is kind of my conversation I wanted to have larger before the Ethan thing was going to be the center of it, because the ability for us to have this useful idiot, and Trump is a useful idiot, and an idiot in every single way, for sure. But this useful idiot enables people to do things at a level that I think is wild. The article says, the company in January said it had, and this was in the announcement back then, it had reached an agreement with Amazon to decrease delivery volume by more than 50% in the second half of 2026. That is not a small thing. They make up like 14% of all UPS packages. So they're going to be reducing it to a huge amount because Amazon's opening its own delivery. It's been doing its own delivery more and more and more. It's got like a DoorDash type delivery system on top of its own fleet. And that thing, they say, is something UPS chose to do as we focus on revenue quality and increase domestic operating margin and profitability. These people have said, this is normal business operations. You go around anywhere and just watch over the next day or two. These 20,000 jobs are going to be blamed on Trump. Isn't it awful that he did this thing with the tariffs? It's because there's fewer packages coming in from China. That's the reason. But not our corporate overlords who control this shit and actually make these deals all the time and just fuck everybody because they don't care. That's the part that I'm more and more as I dig into things, the more and more, again, Trump is in this.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's not happily enjoying the wealth that comes with it, but the shift of all of this is really, really important. The 20,000 here is, I think, the beginning of the conversation. But when we talk about, and you brought up COVID, the thing we learned is that businesses are happy to allow prices to inflate. And then when their costs go down, they don't reduce with it because we have effectively like a monopsony. Like there's very little we can do. We have like a polyopoly, whatever you want to call it. It's like 10 people in charge, 10 companies in charge.
The income tax was going to be temporary at one point.
Yeah,
this is across the board. It's like, oh, they're accustomed to a thing. Interesting. So if we do a thing, people adjust to it. People don't freak out when we don't undo the thing when we said we would. There you go. It's.
When we talk about eggs, Like this is what led me down this path. Have you bought eggs lately? We're an egg family. We love our eggs.
Canada, I'm the wrong person to ask as a Canadian because we're largely immune to the egg prices that you guys are dealing with, largely because we have a lot of local suppliers. So my eggs are still actually $5 Canadian a carton.
It's actually due to pricing regulations that you guys have in place. There's also rules about bread and other things. If you remember, this is the Pete Buttigieg, the guys who tried to figure out how to get around bread prices in Canada and fuck with that. You have more pricing controls. The wholesale price of eggs has dropped. And so when Trump says eggs are down, they're down 50% or some crazy amount, he's not wildly wrong.
No, but they're not cheaper at the grocery store.
He's answering it in a way that gives him this plausible deniability of what he's actually saying. Because the reality is the price of eggs doubled over the course of like the last year, but they've been going up for the last few years. The wholesale price overall has been just leaping and leaping. I think I have one report. I've been looking through different ones, but it's like a 345% year-on-year increase with the margin shifting 120%. So like the prices go up, but then they don't recede. So as the egg prices are going down, they're actually $9 or $10. The cheapest eggs we saw at Walmart was like $7 a dozen. And those are like the generic Walmart eggs, which feel free to tell me what the ethics are on any of that. But it's like,
do you know why I learned about this last year. They dye the yolks of their eggs.
Who does?
Which is just the Walmart eggs. The yolks are dyed. They're dyed yellow.
Weird.
Because like when you get organic eggs, they'll typically have things like blood bits in them and whatnot.
I would need a source on this.
I will too now, because I'm thinking about it. It's like, okay, hang on.
That doesn't make a lot of sense, and I'm not sure kind of how they would do it, because having a pierced egg
magic, Brooks. They have a very fine needle that goes in, and then they use a little bit of spackle to cover up the hole.
That I'm gonna say no.
Where the fuck did I read that? Hang on.
I'm gonna say no. That's like the people who said that Taco Bell doesn't have meat, and then Taco Bell literally just won a massive lawsuit that showed that they do actually have meat. It's not like grade A, but
they also simultaneously identified several missing employees at the same time.
I'm gonna say that I'm just saying no.
You can dye egg yolks, but you'll need a fat-soluble dye because yolks contain lipids. Wait, but that's if the eggs...
No. That's cooking egg yolks. That's not dyeing an egg yolk in the shell.
Egg yolks artificially... Fuck, where's the... If your egg yolks are a consistent shade of deep orange, red, or bright yellow, they have probably been secretly dyed with color additives. Most Australian egg producers have been adding food dyes to artificially brighten the appearance of their egg yolks, the Daily Telegraph has reported. They are placed in the chicken's feed pellets to help farmers achieve the ideal color outcome for egg yolks and chicken. Here, let me post this for you.
That's not.
It's Daily Mail, so probably bullshit. But
yeah, but it's also you're talking about like. No. This is you. Okay, we're gonna. There is a difference between
if the yolks can't become yellow naturally through the hen's diet, farmers may use synthetic dyes.
It means it means that they're feeding them like carrots, like it's like that kind of shit.
Synthetic dyes, Brooks. They may use synthetic dyes to change the color. That's what they're saying explicitly. Look, I thought it was weird, and then I realized I didn't actually learn the mechanism.
So if you haven't raised chickens, you can fuck with the like tonal color of the yolk by feeding like tomatoes and shit, carrots.
Sure, but they said synthetic dyes. Synthetic dyes are not tomatoes and shit. They're synthetic.
I would
That's
need,
what that means.
And you
I
sent
just
over
gave
the
you
link.
a thing. I just gave you a
yeah. I'm looking.
I'm not making it up. I'm reading it. Now, if they're making it up, which is always possible.
I mean, Daily Mail is a weird source.
No, I'm sure that's somewhere else. Hang on. Let me...
Brightened with food dyes. The Daily Telegraph would be the source. Let's go there, and
Let's try there.
is not. I can't go there. What is the link that they've got? Copy link. All right. What the fuck?
By the way, have you been noticing the BBC's? I learned about the bias in the BBC recently. I didn't realize that they were appointed by the Prime Minister. The BBC has been weirdly interested in the Conservatives winning the Canadian election. It's been very strange. It's been weird seeing them cheerlead them because it's like, oh, I don't really think of the BBC as like...
Synthetic food dyes are derived from peppers? I don't, this is...
My
language on things is like synthetic food dyes is not like, for example, most food dyes.
Peppers aren't tomatoes, Brooks.
Paprika, capsicum, and marigold are plants. So like synthetic food dyes are like I have different definitions of things, I think.
Look, the point is. The point is, your yolk color is no longer indicative of quality.
It's also not necessarily true either. It's going to depend on the egg and the farmer and a bunch of stuff. Like there's a bunch of stuff that goes in there. Like it's again, it's
no, the Conservatives didn't win the Canadian election. Just the BBC was invested in on that.
Hey, do you want to take 2 seconds and tell me about the Canadian election so that way an American can understand what the silly...
Yeah, my vote didn't matter because we have a first past the post system, so they actually counted the outcome before they even counted our votes, which is kind of funny, actually. Only Eastern Canada really was involved in the federal election. Liberals, minority government.
Is that good or bad, or what does that mean there?
Polyev is like a weenier version of Trump, so yes, it's very good. It's very good. Not conservative is very good. NDP.
A weenier version of Trump seems like bad.
Yeah, like imagine if Trump was played by Rick Moranis in a rom-com. Some kind.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have no idea what this means policy-wise, I guess.
Have you seen their platform? Neither do they. Okay.
I'm not joking. I actually tried to look into this so we could have a conversation.
They released their platform.
It's kind of
they released their platform late. It is vague in the extreme. And Polyev they're weirdos, as conservatives tend to be. I don't know what you want to know. It's like they're like, we want more efficiency. We're gonna make more money for you. It's like, how? They don't say. It's
soy Trump. That's what someone said. Soy Trump.
He's soy Trump. That's what he is.
I kind of
he hates Trump. Of course, he hates Trump, but he doesn't.
I kind of like that description.
But he's soy Trump. I'm not saying they're friends with Trump, Emoy. I'm saying that's the persona. That's what they're doing.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
And I kind of wanted to go over this specific moment in the interview with ABC, because I've been having this debate with a couple people. Okay. So, do you remember the MS-13 tattoos?
Yes.
This image.
That was photoshopped.
All right, but obviously.
Yeah.
But let's talk about what's photoshopped here.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's obviously the letters MS.
The Times New Roman font thing that was put in through MS Paint. Yeah.
The MS-13 paint. Thank you. The underneath is also lettering
that was added. Seem to conform. That's all like in the same line. It doesn't conform to the bend. Doesn't conform to
the knuckle at all. Clearly, these are not on the tattoo. But here's how I took this image: was, oh, this is an indicator picture where someone has said, this is the tattoo, and here are the letters it is, the same way that you would do for, say, I don't know, hiragana or like Japanese lettering for someone who's like, well, what does this mean? It's this sound, this thing, this note. You'd put it above it in a photo of like hieroglyphs or whatever the fuck from Egypt. Like, this is what I understood this image to be.
What I understand this image to be is actually, if you look very closely and you judge its positioning in relative to the background, this is actually Trump indulging his exhibitionist fetish, and we were actually looking directly at his left boob, which has been cleverly disguised as Poor Kilmar's belly button.
Jokes aside,
Yeah.
I understood this as an explanatory, informational thing where they overlaid the meaning on top of the tattoo, right? And when everyone laughed and said it's clearly photoshopped, it felt to me like that was a silly critique because, of course, it is. No one would ever presume that the MS 1 and 3 and that the words underneath were actually part of the tattoo because that's so insane to me.
If that was the case, like, there's a discrepancy. See the text underneath the symbols, right?
Yes. Marijuana, smile, cross, skull.
The text underneath the symbols is lined up like this was put over in some, like this was typed out in a Word document and then overlaid onto the image. And it's obvious because the positioning of the text doesn't actually conform to the angle of his fingers.
Right, but I figured it'd be like...
I wasn't finished speaking.
All right.
The ones on top cannot be explaining what the contents or the meanings of the symbols are. A, because it'd be redundant to what's underneath, but B, because they also do conform to the positioning of the knuckles. They're clearly intended to do that. And you can't, it's not as obvious because obviously they're single characters, so you can't like see how like obviously how jarring it is having a straight line.
And so here is the genealogy of this photo.
Right.
Is my question.
Okay.
Because the person who made it, when they made this, there's either intention. They went, hey, I'll lay it out. I need to lay it as simple as possible because this is going to Trump, who's absolutely illiterate and stupid. And so I'm going to say marijuana begins with the letter M, and I'm going to put M above it, and smile with S above it, cross with 1 because that's what it means, and then skull with 3 because it has 3 holes in its face. I still don't understand.
What? Sorry, hang on. What are you explaining right now?
I'm trying the person who made this image, and here's why I ask, because do you think this was made to convince people that he literally had
So if they're dyeing the eggs yellow, how do you think they're turning the frogs gay?
My question is...
It's turning the frogs gray, actually, when you add yellow to
the person who made this, did they intend up front that the MS-13 would be seen as part of the tattoo and they were trying to do it's a bad Photoshop job, or that they'd made it explanatorily and Trump is so fucking stupid that he saw it and went, oh my God, he has it there and no one corrected
I don't see how that would be. I don't know how on earth you would say that was made explanatorily. I don't know how you would do that. I think it was obviously made very lazily by someone with very little technical skill. And I don't even know where he got this from. Like, was this just a thing he pulled off of like Twitter? I don't like literally don't know where he got this image from. Like, do we know who made this?
The Justice Department, he said.
Okay, well, where did they get that from? Because we know who's in charge of the Justice Department right now and where he spends all his time. Like
she. It's Pam Bondi. It's a woman.
Sorry, fuck.
It's okay.
Who the fuck am I thinking of then? No, I'm not thinking I'm thinking the defense part. Fuck. Okay, whatever. Anyways, listen.
I care less about technically getting their pronouns right these days. So I'm good with that. Because here's the thing. The anger he has in this clip we're about to watch, I find fascinating because it's more than, it's not like he's being caught in a lie. He's literally at one point asks him like he's incredulous that this is the case. And then he ends up just saying, why don't you just lie? And it's a really weird clip. And I find it fascinating. You okay there?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm my understanding of who's doing what is now like
Pam Bondi is the
the blonde lady.
Yeah.
Who's who the hell am I thinking of then?
Probably thinking the director of the FBI or one of those other shitheads.
Yeah, it's Kash Patel. Sorry, fuck, that's what I was thinking of. God damn it. I don't see how
I can see this being a terrible explanatory thing made by some shithead who doesn't know better or didn't even put thought into it, and that now it's taken on a life of its own because there is an astonishing number of people who believe that the actual letters we're looking at are the tattoo. And I didn't realize that. I think I'm just disconnected from the average person because I can't imagine a person who's stupid enough to see this
No,
and
but
go,
here's the thing. Look. Here's the thing. If it was explanatory, it would be more lazily done. It would be more like formulaic. You'd have
that's
a
it's
legend.
very lazily done.
But it's lazily done with intention. There was a deliberate positioning of the letters to conform to the positioning of the knuckles. You wouldn't do that. You would have them lined up with lines or something like that.
Unless you sucked at your job.
But why would you deliberately make them conform to the positioning on the knuckles?
Because you're making it so it's like high up, and then you didn't want to put the S above, because if they're all in the same line, it's not super clear to Trump who is that stupid. I mean, I actually think he is stupid enough that if you put them straight across, he wouldn't know what you're referring to.
But it's not just that. The S. Look at the positioning of the S versus the M, okay? The middle finger knuckle protrudes more based on that angle. So if you put it on the knuckle, which is where it is on the M, it looks like, oh, that's a weird spot for it to be on a tattoo.
It's weird. I'm agreeing with you, but it's...
Yes.
So here's...
I just don't think it was explanatory. I think this was...
Have you seen the clip of him in this interview talking about this?
I think underneath it could be explanatory. It's possible.
Did you see this clip yet?
Yeah, it's nuts. Play it.
He wasn't a member of a gang. And then they look, and on his knuckles, he had MS-13.
There's a dispute.
Well, wait a minute.
Say what?
You boost that volume a little bit?
Yes, I can. One moment.
I love how many times we're going to get him threatening interviewers in his first few months. It's yeah.
He wasn't a member of a gang. And then they look, and on his knuckles, he had MS-13.
There's a dispute.
Well, wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshopped. So let me
That was Photoshopped. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. I picked you, Terry. But you're not being very nice. He had MS-13 tattooed.
We'll agree to disagree. I want to move on to something else.
Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture. We'll agree to disagree.
There's a meta commentary I think we're going to get to, but this is what I'm fascinated by. He believes that it is the tattoos, or is he lying? And I ultimately, it doesn't matter, but I find the mental space he's in fascinating, because we've been talking about the collapse internally of the Trump administration, how they can't talk about anything or do anything. And I think this is a window to the literal behavior people have when they show something to him. They show him this thing. Let's say it's explanatory or not. It almost doesn't matter. And he goes, wow, he literally had MS-13 on his knuckles. And no one goes,
you know what?
No.
Let's try this one on for size. What if he's going blind? What if he is literally...
I don't think he is, because he's able to read signs at rallies, and he's still doing that pretty well at a distance. And I have to wear glasses, and I couldn't do it as well as he's doing it.
Example.
2 days ago, or his inaugural, like he gave a big 100-day speech, and he went, "Oh, there's my guy, Blacks for Trump." No, he was pointing at a sign that was far away. It wasn't very close, but it's not piece of paper.
I'm just saying, as I watch him, I don't know if that's just his face, but he's indoors and he is squinting.
He's had that droopy eye now for a little while. Like it again. This is why I really. He could also have
trouble, because as some people do, because it's not always like distance that deteriorates. It's not always a distance that deteriorates first. He could have trouble seeing stuff up close. I just don't know. But like, okay, when you look at that image, like you'd have to be an absolute moron, even more so than I think Trump.
You would have to be a moron,
but you have to be. That sticks out as obviously superimposed. Like
it's
obviously,
clearly, and
it's
again, this is why
it's not even the same color. Like obviously,
I assumed that everyone going, it's clearly photoshopped. I wanted to go, yeah, like of course it is. Of course that. Like I was so confused by it, but now I understand. He believes it, I think, and I think there's a lot of people who also believe that he literally had MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles. And again, here's the interaction. It's the rest of this that I find really telling.
Well,
Here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Go look at his hand. He
Fair
had
enough.
MS-13.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine,
No,
sir.
Terry,
I want to get to
Terry,
Ukraine.
No. He had MS, as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people.
Is he serious? Like, I don't think he is that level of tactician or propagandist where he is just gonna flatly believe or say something that he doesn't agree with.
You don't?
No, I think he's genuinely.
I mean, he's done it. He's done it in the past. I don't know.
Such
about
as?
that, dude. Oh, for fuck's sake.
No, like getting things wrong, saying things in a moment. But he's emphatic here. It's fascinating to me. It's a different type of emphatic.
People no longer believe the news because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
in El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's just go on. They aren't there when he's in.
Oh, sorry.
They weren't
Take a look
there,
at the
but they're
photograph.
there now, right?
No,
but
they're in
now.
your picture.
Terry,
Ukraine, sir.
He's got MS-13 on his knuckles.
Look, let me give you an
Okay.
example. Okay, somebody popped this up. I read this earlier today. He was talking about how what was it, the stocks or whatever were going up because of people predicting that he was going to come into the White House. That's his economy already. He's taking credit for the economy under Biden for himself. He recently posted like, no, the economy currently that's from Biden. That's Biden's fault and so on and so forth. Like a blatant like a reversal contradicting what he said in the past. Like he this is not a person who's not willing to just.
But
flat
that's not.
lie.
But that's not the same thing as like. Again,
it is though. It's just it's more glaring because you have concerning a discrete like object you can visibly look at as a
no. That's the same mentality conservatives and a lot of people, but conservatives especially when they say things like black people are more prone to crime. Well, what about John, who you have over dinner? Oh, he's fine. He's one of the good ones. This is
no. In this case, we're talking.
This is
about
the ability for you to sort of.
Hang on.
All right.
You're talking about attributing something to one person and attributing the exact same thing to yourself and flipping it 100%. That is the same kind of.
Except
reversal.
It's not the same thing.
No, it's
One
the
is
same
when
kind
it's
of
it's
subject
not.
matter. It's the same kind
It's
of subject
completely
matter.
different.
It's the same kind of subject matter that flies over people's heads because it's more abstract.
One is when the economy is doing well. The other is when it's doing badly. They're not the
but
same
it's
thing.
referring to exactly the same thing and attributing it to.
But it's not.
Wish you
But it
Democrat propagandists would have Emoy on to debunk your lies.
What?
I have no idea. Emoy, I appreciate. I don't understand what. Oh, we have a conservative yelling in the chat. That's
Okay.
why.
Thank you. Sure shot.
Thank you for the $5. No. To me, it's not the same thing because the nature of what he's referring to and how he's talking, the context of it, how he's speaking, he's denoting the same thing from the outside when you place them next to each other. But that's not how language works. That's not how speaking about things work. It's not really the same thing because we're talking about 5 or 6 months separate. And it's also, generally speaking, this fuzziness around what the economy is. If he's going to say, for example, eggs are up because of Biden, eggs prices are down because of me, you feel free to tell me where that's like a.
Well, those are not contradictory statements. Egg prices can be up because of Biden, and then he can take.
Do you think
take
that
credit for.
Do you think the
Excuse me?
stock market going up was not because Trump was going into office? I do. I think a whole bunch of
it doesn't matter. The point is that he is taking this one singular thing, referring to it with two separate statements at the same time, and giving contrary explanations for it from both. So in this case, he's dealing with an artifact that has particular features, and he's denying particular features about them. So the question is this because he's perfectly willing to simply take statements of fact and go directly contrary to them based on opportunity? I think we have reason to think that he would.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think the example you're giving is the same thing. He's talking about
you asked me to drum one up off the top of my head, and I don't have
right,
any
but you're comparing like these again months apart and not even talking about like causation of a thing. These aren't the same. Hey,
well, we don't know when the last
picture.
time was he even
these
saw this photo.
pictures
Like,
show
he worked
something
off
that is
memory.
real versus something that is not real. That conversation, I think, is a little bit different than saying I blame this on Biden or this is because it's me or whatever. It's not. It's a different layer of broken from reality.
How long has Kilmar been in CCOT?
Weeks.
Weeks? Okay. How long since he's been arrested? Since they were
I
like
want to say just like another week beyond that. It wasn't terribly long before that.
So close to a month, right?
Sure.
Okay, so maybe he saw the photo at one point. It's like, yeah, that's the thing. And then in his brain, he just remembered that, and he's probably talked about it since with morons, and they've just reiterated this, and he's going off of memory. I don't see a particular reason to think that this is because he's stupid enough to see that as like an actual tattoo. I just don't think so. I think that's stretching.
I really do. To me, it's what he's about to say. It's the last 10 seconds of this.
Yeah.
The phrasing, and it sounds contradictory when it's all together, but there is a general behavior pattern for how people find meaning in things or how they talk about it. And ultimately, he asked the reporter here, and I can't imagine if he's doing the reporter, he's doing it with other people. He just wants people to be agreeable with him. That's it. Can't you just say and accept it? And he doesn't care ultimately, but he's charging ahead with that. And again, this is
I'm gonna put this back in your court then. Like, given that's the case, it's not required that he's stupid enough to actually think that that's the tattoo. It could just be hey, I'm holding 4 fingers right now, right? And that's all he's doing. It's an assertion of dominance. I think that's more likely. I don't think it's likely he looked at that and thought, oh yeah, that's a tattoo. Look, it literally says MS-13. I think it's more likely he never saw it at all, and he received this through osmosis, and/or he looked at it a while ago and forgot, and just doesn't matter.
I can agree to a point. There's a general behavior pattern, though, that we're talking about with this guy, that over 40 years, 50 years of his life, he's been doing that type of thing. Basically, the not to go Star Trek on it, but the how many lights do you see moment from Picard. And he's doing that with people. And he's ultimately filtered out anyone who said that there were 4 lights over and over and over. And all he has are people who will happily answer whatever he's got. But here's my question. That would then, the machine around you that would create, you don't then have anyone where you have to prove it. You aren't really actively testing people at large because everyone around you just echoes what you say back. We're seeing this constantly in the leaked transcripts, the leaked parts of his overall cabinet, that people will say whatever they need to in front of him and then say other shit elsewhere because they just know he wants them to be agreeable. And then he just fucks off and he doesn't really care because he doesn't have, maybe a better way to say it was, he doesn't actually care if MS-13 is in there. He has said it, and other people have ramified that by responding and not pushing back on it. And now a reporter is, and he's incredulous because he doesn't understand anymore the difference.
I just think that's adding an additional factor. I think the interest of parsimony, it's enough to say that he doesn't care about the truth. He's willing to lie to assert dominance, or just assert something. He
Why was he in the country to begin with, though? WTF?
Because he came here. Mostly, he came here out of fear for gangs and government agents. This is the fun part, is a lot of these Republicans are like, why would Venezuelans ever flee? And then literally, if you remember the last decade or even longer, have vilified the government of Venezuela for being a brutal repression-filled regime that murders people who are politically opposed to it, but also somehow that those people aren't political refugees. So like, yeah, fucking, you don't care. So don't even act like you give a shit.
Hey, what happens when, for example, just as hypothetically, you have homophobic gangs that brutalize people and a government that has managed to sell the idea that it's controlling gang violence by not counting their murders in mass graves?
Why was he fleeing if he wasn't a gang member?
That's the stupidest question. That is a stupid.
Calm down,
dude.
Let me ask your question with a question. If gang members only hurt gang members, why would we care about them? Right? Like it's not like, oh, look.
If he wasn't a criminal, why is he then I'll ask you. You're not a criminal or a gang member. Why are you scared of gang members?
You don't know that.
No, this
careful,
he might
careful.
be.
Be careful. Don't anger me too much.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about chatter here. Why are people scared of criminals? Why are people scared of gang members? Why do we have to get rid of them so much if they're not that scary? Why are you scared of them? Why is it that we have to deport them if they're not that scary? Jesus Christ. Do you hear yourself? Fucking these people, man. They're just like, they can't connect two thoughts. It's they rub those neurons together and they go, well, if he wasn't a gang member, why was he so scared? Also,
You know-
gang members are terrifying and we should get rid of them.
He's actually convincing me a little bit. If one of those super chats was yellow or red, I actually could be swayed a little bit.
No, they won't do that. They just like the little sniping pot shots for the $2.
No. I think they're putting.
No, because if they donate a lot, it would be stuck there, and people would be able to laugh and read the thing for like a while. Like the $100 one was there for forever, and everyone kind of had jokes about it over time. $2 means that it gets a bump. We talk about it, moves on. They're not going to have anything.
Can I
that
show
lasts.
a cool thing we have here? You can pin them. Did you know that?
I did know that.
Actually, can you pin them?
Yeah,
I don't think you can pin super chats. Damn. No, I guess I got to donate a little bit more to really make it stick. Okay.
Why would he be scared of gang members if he's not in the gang? Also, gang members are terrifying. Sunday wants call-ins.
Do you think you two will ever allow call-ins?
Sunday wants call-ins. That's my problem because
I don't
I
trust
fucking
anyone
run
with
it.
the name Colin.
I don't like anyone calling in. I don't like people.
You don't like anyone, period.
This is accurate. I don't believe in debates. I don't believe in the marketplace of ideas. I think we're seeing the outcome of that.
We're also just, unless you're a content creator, there's no business in it. They're not fun. It's just like, oh, here's a rando who doesn't know anything and or knows too much and is an asshole, and we're just going to suffer. It's not fun. They don't get much out of it, with some exceptions. Some of them are fun, but not really what we're going for here.
No, well, in theory.
No,
Let's,
I mean, in
last
theory,
10 seconds here.
Well, we'll take a look.
You do such a disservice.
We'll take a look at
Why
that,
don't you
sir.
just say yes, he does, and go.
You have little faith.
Can the entire country of El Salvador claim asylum?
That depends on how much more you're willing to donate.
I mean, everyone in the world can claim asylum. That's why we have a process for it. And yes, people should be allowed to claim asylum. What are these people? Do they think it's a get? Like we have international laws around asylum seeking and political refugee status, and we've agreed to it as a nation by having people who are voted to do it agree to it at large scale in legislation. Like, what the fuck, man?
I, for one, don't like how you're dismissing this hardworking, high-paying, tax-paying American. Okay,
It's $2.
Frankly,
They're $2. They're $2 super chats, dude. People spend that much on like 3 or 4. Well, that's 2 eggs to egg a house these days. So I don't. Maybe I should be a little bit more respectful of it.
This man is foregoing breakfast for the next week, just for the truth.
Yeah.
Brooks.
Did you hear that last bit from Trump? That's what I like. That
No,
line.
play it again.
Do such a disservice.
We'll take a look at
Why
that,
don't you
sir.
just say yes, he does, and go on to something else?
It's
That's the line for me. See, the rest of it, I'm not really that interested. That's the line where he is. The way he says it, he's not saying, dude, come on, help me out here. Like, it's not that. It's, why don't you just say that and move on? Because he's exasperated that the guy won't. But it's not the normal power move like, you're wrong and you're going to change your mind, which he used to do.
Come on, used to be cool, man. Why don't you just?
Why don't you just?
We'll take a look at
Why
that,
don't
sir.
you just say yes, he does, and go on to something else?
It's contested.
Just a child. But it's, again, when we talk about that power dynamic that you were mentioning and that setup, I think it's very telling. This part was very telling for me, I think.
It's a weird situation where you can tell there's two things going on.
Can Portland handle refugees with all the hobos?
Jesus Christ. We have a large Ukrainian refugee population that has absolutely been wonderful to have here. So yes, enjoy yourself. It's the same $2 TTS people. I think it's one dude.
You think it's one dude?
I think it's
Why'd
one
you ban the
person.
other one?
No.
You're just frantically switching between 2 accounts to donate $2?
I don't know.
Maybe. That's commitment. I admire the commitment to the bit. I'd admire it more if those super chats were yellow.
There we go.
You make one of them red, and you never know. Maybe you'll turn me. Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, why would he ban money? That's an excellent question. You should ask Brooks why he would ban money, because he absolutely would.
Oh yeah, I don't care. The area I live in, I'm in the other Vancouver, not the Canada one. It's easier for me to just say Portland, but I'm on the Washington side of the Columbian River. And so when we talk about refugees, we have well over 10,000 Ukrainian refugees that have been resettled here. And we're not a gigantic city. We're not a Portland. We're actually almost a separate city. It's a 45-hour drive, but yeah, we do just fine. And they're fantastic bakeries. They're lovely people. The reality is refugees are actually kind of great to have in cities because they bring a lot of color, and like literally, but also in food and culture and art.
I was gonna say phrasing. They're gonna like that. They're gonna see.
You don't understand. You don't understand. I mean it quite literally. They bring color because these bland fucking white people.
See, Brooks is playing like the conscientious one, but the fact of the matter is, he's actually getting under your skin. He's making you pay more. He's doing that on purpose. I respect it. What I was gonna say before I
mean, if you name it, it doesn't work anymore.
Was so rudely
it's like Schrodinger's super chats now that you've identified and measured it, it's killed it.
Schrodinger's chats. That sounds pretty. That'd be a good channel name.
Yeah.
Schrodinger's box. I think Trump has two things going on right now where there's simultaneously.
Normally a channel needs to hit mainstream popularity before this kind of low IQ attention trolling becomes normal. So, congrats, I guess.
It is, for our size, the number of wonderful little super chats is fascinating.
I would love to be able to see some of these donations that are just not appearing on my end of the screen for some reason.
Why aren't they?
I don't know. You're controlling all
that's
the
because
buttons.
they're in Stream Elements. These are Stream Elements donations. They don't show up in that chat.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's
because Stream Elements isn't a super chat.
You should still acknowledge them and announce them.
I did. We watched it, and it said TTS did its thing.
As I was saying, I think Trump's in a situation where it's quote unquote his last term, or is it? And he doesn't need to care about anything. He's unleashed. And then on the other hand, it's like, oh shit, there's still consequences to my actions. And so he's in this, like, he's trying to do this mobster act, but he's also timid.
See, I can understand that position. I'm very much thinking that it is.
You think he's just that stupid?
Oh yes. Oh, certainly. We know that he barely reads, and he's never had a curiosity intellectually about anything in his life. And I think what we're seeing is this, that he saw it, he made a comment, and whether or not it's accurate or not is almost irrelevant to him. And everyone went, he does have MS-13 written, and so now he's running with it. And he just got to the point with the report. He's like, look, just say yes and let's move on. And the guy wouldn't. And it's just a fucking weird moment, man.
Maybe. Look, I'm not going to spend too much time arguing in defense of Trump's IQ. I just cannot fathom that even Trump would look at that and not, like, even calling it Photoshop is like kind of absurd.
I am also upset that no one has, except first time I've heard it is me saying MS-13 paint, which is like everyone. It's just a very easy pun, and it's just disappointing almost.
David Pacman exposed 4 off-record call with Kamala.
What?
Okay.
Wait. What?
What?
What? Thank you. What? What does that mean?
Well, I'm taking it to mean that, like, literally. So let's take a look at Pacman's channel real quick.
Okay.
I'm not seeing it. But I'm also... Esther, generally, you are better, more descriptive. Give me a little bit more. Something there. Because I'm not going to look through all of David Pacman's videos in the last 3 days. I'm not seeing anything that says Kamala.
Breaking David exposes the litmus left. I don't know what that is. It's from 17 days ago. I don't know what that's referring to. Are you in a current affairs article about David Pakman? Wait.
No, I'm on David Pakman's channel.
No, this is apparently a current affairs article. Hang on one sec.
Oh my. Current affairs, really?
Is it how Joe Biden gave us a second Trump term? Is it in there? I'm not seeing anything recent that has David Pakman referenced in it. What's the article called? The title is about Midas Touch.
Oh, it's the Midas Touch shit. Oh God. Okay.
Okay. There we go. Thank you. I like it when they actually follow up and give us freaking information, which doesn't happen.
Midas
very
Touch
often.
turns Democrats' minds to slop. I think I was bitching about this guy the other day on this channel too.
I think you
I have a big problem with Midas Touch.
We were actually.
Oh, I was. This is the Joe Rogan guy who took over Joe Rogan, but he's a fucking investment banker lawyer who's like the worst, just awful.
It's one thing I've learned my tenure at YouTube is I hate lawyers in a way normal people don't. Okay.
All right, we'll do a little bit of this. I got this article. Let's do it.
Good.
What do you think?
Okay.
I agree with this statement, by the way. This title, I agree with absolutely, without even reservation minorly. Midas Touch is shit.
I like this actually. It's I would say it's timely, but probably could have been brought up in 2016. The quality of anti-Trump content. There's a weird convergence of things where it's like the Democrats are simultaneously policy wonk stooges.
Damn it,
David Pakman ate all the ghosts. Search up Pac-Man on Google.
That's it's not. It's cute. It's cute. That's you know what. That's it's sent in with Canadian money, so it's worth about 12 cents. And I'm just going to say thanks for the 12 cents.
Really, you owe them money now. Actually,
technically, I owe you money because of the dollar's value against the.
Thank you. That's super
loony?
debt is what that is.
Loony.
It's called you have loonies too, don't you? They're not called loonies.
What the fuck is a loony, by the way?
It's what our dollar coin is called. It's a loony.
We actually don't have dollar coins. I mean, we do technically. I don't know anyone who uses them at all.
I don't know why I assumed that they were called that in the States.
I don't either. Yeah, we have bills in the U.S. Also, no one carries dollars anymore, so it doesn't matter.
Do I actually have one here? Hang on. What? I actually don't know what.
Why is it called a loony? Because it sounds stupid.
I actually literally
lots of shit in Canada does.
What currency? So what are your active coins right now? Because they took away our pennies recently.
We have pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, half dollars, and dollar coins technically. But again, I don't know anyone who gets those last two. The ones you use in circulation or are forced to use are
There's
pennies.
not a loon on the dollar. The dollar.
You're forced
has
to have pennies,
Canada
nickels, dimes, and quarters. Quarters are okay to have because you generally need them for parking and other stuff. Every other coin is like.
I don't know why dimes exist. I don't know why nickels exist. They're literally worthless.
Change is the punishment you have for not having a credit card is kind of what it exists as these days.
Money. It's alive.
Thank you, Shia Lud.
The loony doesn't have a
Shia Lud, really generous and wonderful. Thank you for the.
I'm in
I don't
suspense.
even
What did he
understand. Shia Lud just donated all the spice, $100.
Thank you very much, Shia Lud. Very much appreciate that.
Genuinely.
May his passing cleanse the world. You have to do the thing, Brooks. Come on.
May his passing cleanse the world. I'm just very appreciative and kind of stunned. But Midas Touch sucks. And the independent media that serves up a never-ending stream of anti-Trump content.
What is a loon? Why did I think it was a Canada goose? What is wrong with me? Okay, keep going.
I don't know, but I got to tell you, I mean, you're Canadian.
You're right. It's the water supply.
It's the Canadian in you. You can't help it. It's okay. Right? Is that how it goes? No?
It is.
I do like
it.
this intro to this article. We're going to read a little bit, and you can.
Which one had a Canada Goose on it? Because there was one. Hang on. Sorry, go on.
In the Greek myth, anything King Midas touched turned to gold. This was a catastrophe for everyone around him. When Midas wished for his power, he expected to reap immense benefits from it. In practice, it meant that everything he was cursed. He could no longer eat or drink. Even his daughter became a statue. Midas' touch was not a windfall. It was deadly. Midas thought the easy success would help him achieve great things. Instead, it turned his world to shit. The Midas Touch political podcast has rapidly become the most successful in the United States. It's so fucking upsetting. Wall Street Journal writes, downloads and views of Midas Touch on platforms including YouTube, Spotify.
He also has off-record strategy convos with Newsom.
All right, yeah, we're just gonna. So
do it.
here's the core critique. We're gonna just because it's just I think easy for us to go straight to Midas Touch, and we'll use the article in a minute. Here he is.
Point of my birth thing was bring up covering up of women, colonized oppressed people's sacrifices during WWE, not to take from sacrifice at Normandy Miracle at Saint Anne good covering African American.
We understood that. We're a little past that.
No,
point, thank you very much.
We got that
Appreciate
very much. It's again, it is horrifying. And so there's suffering in a lot of ways, and it's kind of one of those awful things that it's not really possible to actually have a single conversation that is able to even touch all of the corners of the world. Here is Midas with 4 governors who 100%, by the way, these are the potential 2028 presidential candidates. Like if you asked me who they were, I would have named all of them. And again, not everyone knows Healy. That's okay. It's okay. You should know Hochul. If you don't, but we've got Pritzker and Waltz. These are absolutely already ran for VP or president, or tried to, nominees, or going to. And here is Midas right in the middle, a investment banking lawyer who is supposedly the liberal edge. Everything he does is the politics of resentment par excellence. And it's hard to even describe how much, because it's all shit. Cabinet meeting, disaster. No, it wasn't. I've seen clips of it. Elon Musk made a dumb joke about wearing a hat on top of a hat, and someone didn't understand that that's a literal comedy term making fun of stupid comedians. Disaster. Did you get it Sunday? That's the end of the Trump administration. Oh my God, she threatened them live on TV. The GOP is in shambles. Oh my God, Fox News knows it's over. Like it's shit.
It's the Luke Beasley shit. Yeah,
it is Luke Beasley shit. It's Pac-Man shit. That's why Pac-Man's mentioned in here. This is basically the politics of resentment at large. This is the worst kind of thing we can do in response, because it gives no quarter to actual news coverage responses where we're actually talking about not only what could be done, but how we can do it. Instead, it's just saying bad, they're bad, they're bad.
About a week ago, Brooks mentioned that Sunday hates chat, which turned me off from contributing, but now that I've been reminded that Sunday is Canadian, I give my sympathies.
I don't hate chat. I love chat. Brooks hates chat.
I do. It's me. It's me. I think I was making
I'd be out of a job without chat.
I think I was, because I made the comment, Sundays told me never to respond to chat. But I think
Look
I did
what
say...
it says about Pac-Man, Palestine, and Kamala.
We're going to get there. Don't worry. We're going to get back to
the whole thing. I tell you not to respond to chat in the
I made a joke
same way
because
that I would
them.
tell a child
And
not to smoke, okay?
This is fair. It is for my best interest.
Here's the thing. I'm actually gonna change what you said a little bit, or disagree slightly. It's not just a matter of like Trump bad. It's a little bit different than that, because Trump bad. It's kind of what we do a little bit. It's what a lot of people do where they're doing legitimate analysis, because like the fact of the matter is, whatever else can be said, Trump bad. Whatever your analysis is going to be, it's going to be Trump bad. Why? Because he's not even competent enough to have the merit of being effectively evil. So the difference is is that the kind of pablum that Midas touch and Luke Beasley, a little bit less so, but that kind of thing, that whole shtick, shovel out, it doesn't have the effect of, it's not like a 2 minutes hate thing. It's not like whatever. It's therapy. It's, oh, the world's crumbling around you, but I'm going to reassure you that, look, he's fucked up. Look, he's fucked up. Look, he's fucked up. Look, he's fucked up. And then you can turn it off and go about your day. And it's like, oh, everything's fine. It's all there. The wheels turning. And I think that's what it boils down to. It's not even a matter of like just fixating on what he does wrong. It's the volume. It's that omnipresence of, because nobody watches that much material and pays attention. They watch that material for comfort. I watch a lot of red letter media. Do you think I'm sitting there with my eyes glued to the screen paying attention to their analysis? No. It's because it's ambient and it's relaxing. That's why people watch this stuff. That's why people watch Vosh, why people watch Destiny, and so on and so forth. It's the same deal, just a little less disciplined. You like the vibe. And that's it.
In Midas Touch, Democrats, this is actually a great paragraph. Democrats appear to have found their best hope for a popular anti-Trump media outlet, although the content actually makes Rogan look somewhat cerebral and curious by comparison. Accurate. 100% accurate. Rogan will interview philosophers, physicists, psychologists, and even archaeologists for 3-hour conversations. Now, granted, he also interviews cranks, ranging from people who believe in Atlantis to anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists to Alex Jones. Viewers may find it hard to tell the cranks from the experts because Rogan does little research, wades into subjects he knows nothing about, and says things that are dangerously wrong. Nevertheless, Rogan at least shows some basic level curiosity about the world. The world of Midas Touch, by contrast, starts and ends with Donald Trump's presidency. 100% accurate, by the way. It's just Trump wall to wall shitting on him. Has nothing to do with politics, absolutely at all. It is straight up.
What's it's twofold though. Like there's a reason for this. That mill, like this is the life cycle of the day-to-day life of somebody who runs one of these channels. And then doing the Trump thing. And again and again and again and again. Those daily shows that come out constantly, that is a massive commitment of time. This person doesn't have the headspace or the breathing room to be curious about the world. Joe Rogan is enjoying himself.
Well, no, Ben Meiselas, which is the main guy himself, says the channel is, quote, providing a comforting place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they're just saying what I said. Great. I love it when that happens.
No, there's a very good article. We're skipping ahead a little bit because I want to. While Midas Touch is devoted to nonstop criticism of Trump, the categories of criticism it offers are quite narrow. Midas Touch.
The next paragraph is.
But this is the intro for it. I know.
Good. Okay.
Midas Touch actively avoids major left-wing concerns. In addition to the absence of discussion on environmental issues, perhaps the most crucial way in which Trump endangers the future of the human species.
He just fired 400 environmental scientists, by the way.
Oh, yeah. No, it's insane. They rarely cover Gaza. On the podcast, there is little on Trump's horrific plans to ethnically cleanse Gaza and turn it into the next piece of his real estate empire, his crackdown on pro-Palestinian speech, and his threatening of universities that fail to quell Palestinian protests. The decision to avoid Palestine by Democrat-aligned media seems to be deliberate, it is, and it goes beyond Midas Touch. Midas Touch is part of a broader universe of content creators aligned with the Democratic Party, which include Brian Taylor Cohen, Jesus Christ, and David Pakman, and Luke Beasley, too. This is that cabal of people who came out of nowhere in the last 2 years to suddenly...
a little less successful channel that's currently litigating a sexual abuse scandal in court at the moment.
Yeah. Among others, notably last March, according to a source with the events, Pakman attended a private off-the-record meeting with Kamala Harris on the day of Joe Biden's State of the Union address. During the trip, he met with Cohen, the Meiselas brothers, and dozens of other so-called independent progressive media figures. I got to tell you, this makes me really... One, I'm not saying this didn't happen at all. The opposite. I want to know who the fuck else was there. They've named 4 people, and... none of these people have mentioned this meeting happened, which is very worrying to me. If there were dozens, there's 30 people who are these figureheads, not a single person. In an internal email, Pacman later told his staff that the content creators at the White House had talked among themselves, and everyone had admitted they deliberately avoid producing Gaza coverage in order to prevent controversy. One could argue this is probably a big reason why these particular influencers were invited to the White House in the first place. Pacman, for his part, had asserted that Israel would never waste ordnance on... Pacman sucks on it. I mean, we don't need to go over it. He sucks on Gaza hard. He's an apologist in really weird ways. He views Congressman Torres, who is perhaps best known for being one of AIPAC's top recipients, as the kind of person he'd like to see lead the progressive movement. And that's great. These influencers consciously avoid Gaza, not because they don't have an opinion, but because they know that some of their audience won't like what they have to say. In a way, their silence is preferable to the outright pro-Israel propaganda. Why is this the first time I'm hearing of this fucking meeting?
There was an article recently.
I feel like why did I miss this? Where did I miss that? Because I hate all these people.
Well, because here's the thing. When you're talking about, like, you think about how successful Midas Touch is, think about how successful these channels are. Unless you're like Majority Report, generally speaking, most of these channels rely on networking to have the profile that they do. That relies on them towing a certain line. These channels will not interact with people who, for example, take a pro-Palestinian stance. Why? Because it's a headache waiting to happen. They know this. So one of the things that happens is there's the general self-censorship by people who have ambitions to succeed in quote-unquote left-wing political commentary, and that you don't take these stances because that is signaling to other people who can lift you up, because it is unfortunately entirely based on that these days. You are signaling to people that, hey, I am going to be uncomfortable to have as a peer. That's how it works. And you will see this across the board, even among smaller creators who have ambitions to rise up, because they rise up by being acknowledged and referenced by people who are established. It's not organic anymore. Certainly not when you're talking about like very short lifespan content like news coverage. It really is about the personality, and the personality is what is promoted. So you're looking at like why did Luke Beasley take an interest in Josiah? Because Josiah does what Luke Beasley does.
Right, but it's one of those things. It's like, there was, I mean, again, the idea that Kamala and her campaign were engaging with influencers is tautological almost. Why they'd be fucking stupid.
They'd be stupid not to. But to be fair, it was a stupid campaign.
It was a terrible campaign. But again, so the meeting with it is not itself notable.
Yeah.
But the
silence around it.
The silence around what was discussed and how they would be avoiding certain topics, that part, because again, these are things we knew she was meeting. Trump had Laura Loomer's been like involved with Trump in various ways. Like he's got influencers coming in and out. This is what they do.
Yeah.
The leadership uses these people as propaganda, but at least one person in the group usually is going to come out and say like, well, I don't agree with this. I can't believe you're telling us to not talk or to not have these conversations or to not deal with this issue. And that part is like, that feels like what they're saying this was, but is it that?
Is the internal email available, or is that like just anecdotal?
I don't know.
I don't see a link here. It would be nice to be able to see it.
According to a source with the events, Pacman attended. But Pacman, a quick search, Pacman openly talked in March of 2024 that he was the meeting was not secret. He talked about it on his show, March 11th, that he had a meeting with the vice president and Harris where they discussed topics. And he said that other content creators were there. So it's like the meeting's not a secret. It's
also to be clear, like this isn't a scandal, for the simple reason that we already know what their position on Israel is. Them cynically avoiding discussing it to avoid it being a topic of contention amongst the Democrat voting base. Like that makes sense. And it's not like, oh my God, really? It's like, obviously they want more people to vote for them. This isn't like a surprise. What's that?
Pacman weaponizes the LGBTQ community agonist left.
Yeah, that's what Democrats do.
Yeah, that's what Democrats, that's what anyone in the center does, always. Like, Zionists do that to stop people from supporting Palestine. Oh, well, the gay people would be stoned over there. Why are you supporting them? It's like, yeah.
Did you see the Brianna Wu tweet from today? Was it yesterday or yesterday?
I don't
remember. How long have we been on this rock?
Enough. Long enough.
She was here. Let me find it quickly. There was a tweet. I think it was today. She's in Israel at the moment, visiting innocently for no reason. And she posted a tweet about. Sorry, a post. She posted a post. About how today she saw Palestinian children stoning a dog.
I don't believe her.
I don't believe her either. No photographs, of course.
I mean, I got to tell you, it's tough these days by not having a camera on yourself at all times to be able to capture such things in one of the most heavily,
by one of the most attention-seeking freaks on the planet.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Like, remember when was it Pac-Man also, where we were talking about the pride thing, where he was talking about the anti-Israel Nazi. Remember? I was with you, I think, and then it ended up being with Kid too. We were trying to figure out, because he had this weird claim like that they were like doing crazy anti-Jew.
There were like anti-Semitic floats or something, and then we looked and
I watched
any coverage on it. Yeah.
I watched the parades, which was terminally boring. Pride is not nearly as exciting as it used to be. Just saying. And there was nothing. Like, it was just made up, and he never answered for that.
Nobody cared either. Nobody.
No one gives a shit.
Nobody asked, like, "Hey, Dave, got a source for that at all?" No. Okay. And I think this is one of the things that's kind of disturbing me. Here's I'm bringing this up again. A lot of people in the wake of Trump's victory, or in the wake of Trump's impending victory, even, were basically of the opinion that, look, it's a total propaganda war. Truth has no currency these days. Just say whatever. We need to get non-lunatics in so that, there's still like some rational lever at some level that people can interact with. Why am I holding two pens? And there's that, and I disagree with that stance, but leaving that aside, there's that position. And then there's this weird one where it's essentially Trumpists for the Democrats, where there's this weird dogmatic cult of non-personality going on, in which everything is excused.
Stonewall was just bunch of drunk gays, not radical.
Hey, can I tell you a secret, Brooks? It's going to change your life, okay? Stream Elements lets you pick which tiers get TTS.
Can it also automatically ban certain comments and people?
It can ban certain words. I don't recommend it, though, because their bot is not very good at censoring. However, what I would do is I would put a limit for TTS on 5.
I think that's a safe bet at this point.
I am perfectly fine with stupid people posting comments. I just really want them to pay for it.
And
what's great about this too? What's great about this too is they learn. They post a $2 one, then they post a $5 one. Boom! You've made $7 just so they can embarrass themselves. It's great. By the way, Stonewall was a bunch of drunk gays, and it was radical.
Yeah, I mean,
you want your gays not drunk? What the hell?
I mean, do you want your gays at a gay bar not drunk? What the fuck? They have Cosmotinis. Have you ever had a Cosmotini? It's like one of the most delightful drinks ever.
Checking in.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that ding go twice? He's changing it right now.
I literally did, by the way. Give me 2 seconds. Don't fucking send anymore, you motherfucker.
All right, guys, don't tell.
Stop fucking with me while I'm doing this, you fucking.
Don't. I'm not talking to you. Don't tell the racists. It's now $5 for TTS. Just FYI. However, if you want to donate $2 to Stream Elements, that one will still be accepted at whatever rate. I think that's fair, don't you? Those are the people who like us. Is that all you got, week? Hey, we can set it to 10. You know what? Nah. I want our people to be able to TTS for 5.
Super chats, you can't.
That's not true.
For tips, you can.
Hang on, let me check.
I do not have it in here.
Let me check mine. I'll figure it out. You might be right. I'll see. Super chat alert. Here we go. Huh. That is odd.
Isn't it?
That is actually very odd that there's no option. Oh no, I found it. Go to TTS settings. And down below it will say minimum amount to trigger text to speech. At the bottom. See that?
Text to speech activation. There it is. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's a very well done user interface.
It's
Stream Elements.
Free. Stop complaining. You know what I love about this channel? You get to
actually have slightly more knowledge than me on something. It feels good.
It does. It really does.
I am a neophyte on this stuff. That's the way it works. But it would be good to test things. So this is in the fold with Brooks and... All right, we'll try it one more time. This is Brooks.
Some pale schlub with no chin on the other side of the screen.
Which is a synonym for Sunday. It's wild that way. And in the fold goes over news. We do like weird deep dives. And if you like what we're doing, please do support us. Subscribe and like is always great. Please do send a super chatter membership or drop in the Stream Elements link. We got a donation for tips, which is the best way. So thank you guys, of course. The article seems to be overplaying what is known about that meeting.
Mm-hmm.
But, and again, there's implications being made here I'm very uncomfortable with. Such as that there was a concerted effort or a almost command from this meeting to not do Gaza stuff. There's a difference between that and, for example, because it's the way he talks about it in the article is that Pacman sent a note out to all of his team afterwards, not saying that they said don't do these things, but that Pacman told his staff that the content creators at the White House had talked among themselves and everyone admitted they deliberately avoid producing Gaza coverage in order to prevent controversy.
Right.
But that's not even them saying we're going to agree not to do it.
However,
that they're saying openly.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree with you to an extent, but I think there's a flip side to this though, where if Pacman of the David Pacman show, who has a staff, is saying that it is our decision collectively to not cover this stuff to avoid controversy, that will absolutely be enforced down the chain, right? Like he's not going to be happy with people working for him who can be tied to him doing that.
Again, I think you're talking about like a very soft pressure, if any, that I'm not sure we can even ascribe intention to. But what we can say, and I think it is the critique that should be being made, it doesn't feel like it. I just read through more of this while we were talking. The real thing that's happening here is that they're all comfortable with this. Like that they all talked and went, yeah, I do that too. And then they just kind of went, yeah, we just don't like controversy. There is them admitting that they are milquetoast liberals that don't actually want to deal with controversy, which on its face, all of these people, Pacman, Cohen, Midas, Beasley, all of them, this means they're actually not an answer to Trump, because Trump people are absolutely happy to be controversial as shit. It's what makes it work. It's why Rogan works. It's why these other things work. This is very much what you were saying. It is comfort food. And they're very excited to be comfort food, which I think is fascinating.
I agree. Like, there's not enough to say that there was like a top-down edict as if the Kamala campaign told them, hey, this is what we're doing. If you want to benefit from this connection, like, follow these points. But I think it's fair, given the nature of this. I would be willing to infer again, as you say, that soft pressure, which is not really soft pressure at all. You're talking about like, people's careers having a fist around their throat, which I'm sure they're all perfectly happy to go along with. But I don't know. It's like, here's the thing. Is there a culture of conformity among pro-Democrat content creators and pro-Democrat figures generally around not platforming any actually like serious leftist concerns in favor of the kind of policy wonk shit that those people are identified with? Yeah, sure. I think that's pretty obvious. I don't think you need to point to a secret email, though. I think it's enough to just point out that, like, look, the controversy is controversy that they would have to own. It splits their audience that is now sensitive to this kind of thing as a result of them talking about it. And they all have a business interest in not introducing this into each other's circles. So, well, the incentives are there. We get it. Yeah.
The incentive there, and it always has been. This is the critique from the left when we talk about the mainstream media, and the right wingers go, they're so left, they're left of you. But the way that the mainstream media operates is by sidelining the left, is by demonizing the left, and even making sure that they're comfort food because that's their existence. There's this paragraph, I think, says, likewise, the existence of the left is virtually shut out on these channels. Brian Tyler Cohen, who calls himself an independent progressive political host, has been regularly covering news and politics on YouTube since 2018, but a review of his channel shows that during the 2020 election cycle, he never once featured Bernie Sanders in a video title or thumbnail, despite posting daily content for millions of views. Well, Cohen is eagerly platformed Pelosi, Harrison, Buttigieg, Schiff, Kamala Harris, and Biden. He ignored the only independent progressive candidate in the 2020 Democratic primary. CNN and the New York Times also participated in the Bernie blackout, but even they couldn't erase Sanders entirely, but Cohen did.
Although, to be fair, they're saying the exact same thing about people who do platform Bernie Sanders over in the bad and Pinatosphere. So this thing does have like tiers. I think I'm honestly, even as I'm hearing this, I'm just like, well, honestly, I'm just glad he's not also identifying as a leftist, because that's something else that's very weird. A lot of these people who do this shit then are really invested in being announced and identified as leftists in public while being anti-leftist.
This is what it is, because if we go back, if we remember, there was a wonderful little group that tried to utilize influencers inside of the 2020 election, if you remember them. Progressive Victory.
Russia.
Heard?
Oh, yeah,
Progressive Victory. Who wanted to basically become, and had their contracts and everything set up, as we discussed at the time, as if they were sort of an influencer agency for these people. And this wasn't an original idea.
No, apparently there was one that came out recently. I'm trying to find the article about it. But there was a discussion about a larger
according to Semaphore, Brian Tyler Cohen was involved in launching Good Influence, originally known as Advocacy, a digital consulting firm which it says it creates meaningful impact for causes and campaigns through a network of powerful online messengers. VP Kamala Harris has been one of the firm's top clients, as a search of FEC data shows that Harris' campaign spent more than $600,000 on digital consulting and licensing fees from Good Influence between July and November 2024. Good Influence has also received money from the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee and from Vote Save America, amongst other contributions. Good Influence's founder, Stuart Perlmutter, has publicly documented visits to the White House alongside liberal influencers such as Cohen, Packman, Beasley, and Lindy Lee, who has since left the Democratic Party and is now fundraising for Donald Trump.
Perlmutter? It looks like it's clearly Perlmutter.
I don't care. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter.
And again, Lindy Lee, who is now a Trump influencer. One of Good Influence's featured influencers, Kenny Walden, goes by the name, obviously Good Politics, Too Raw, Too Real, but even the second is actually two instead of two. Why would you not do the Too Fast, Too Furious?
Okay, look, we get it. Here's the thing. This is the problem with paying mercenary pundits.
Mm-hmm.
They switch as soon as somebody comes up with a bigger check. And here's the thing. It's not just like, oh, they've switched sides, no harm, no foul. It's No, now the narrative of them switching actually makes them more potent and makes them more potent against you. When you are paying people to be big progressive figures and then they switch, that is now an embarrassment to your side. That's a morale hit. It's actually like you're setting up a long game of the Democrat, progressive, whatever you want movement punching itself in the face over the span of 10 years.
Yeah.
If even. It's so dumb. It's not even, I mean, it's not dumb actually, because the fact of the matter is nobody actually gives a shit about the outcomes and all this.
No,
To build a profile and a
but how these
resume,
things and these traditional pressures, and again, when we talk about the silliness, when we talk about it's all independent media, it's not the same as me, like this bullshit. They have this bit in here. I'm just going to read a little bit.
Go on.
As Breaking Post host Crystal Ball recently told Current Affairs, and good on Crystal for this, the same dangers of wanting access and wanting to be a part of the powerful circles exist in alternative media spaces as well as corporate ones. How embarrassing were every one of the Trump interviews that were conducted on independent media? They were all uniformly embarrassing. I would rather have had George Stephanopoulos or Anderson Cooper or whatever your most cringe mainstream figure is conducting those interviews. They would have done a better job, and we would have gotten more out of it. Kamala Harris did less of those types of interviews, but the ones on the side were equally embarrassing. To just read a little bit. In 2000, Democracy Now! Host Amy Goodman, who I love, famously interviewed Bill Clinton, questioning his administration's record on the death penalty, Middle East, and NAFTA, among other issues. While their questions were critical, they were highly relevant. Goodman was simply doing her job as an independent journalist. But the interview was so difficult for Clinton that his aides threatened to ban her from the White House. In response, Goodman said, quote, "The only ground rule for good reporting I know is that you don't trade your principles for access." In contrast, when Midas Touch Ben Meisles was given the opportunity to conduct one of Joe Biden's final interviews as president last December, he was ingratiating.
No, they're events. Yeah.
Rather than addressing critical issues like Biden's refusal to exit the race less than 4 months before the election, the ongoing genocide in Gaza, or continued stagnation on domestic issues like healthcare, economic inequality, and climate change, the interview was like a tribute to Joe Biden. It really was. It was insane. At one point, Meisles asked Biden why he thinks the media didn't tout his record stock market performance strongly enough, asking Biden if he thought there was, quote, anything he could have done differently in interacting with them. This is the kind of servile questioning one expects from party mouthpieces like Sean Hannity, not independent media outlets. The role of Midas Touch is clear. It works to make uninspiring centrist Democrats seem exciting, never challenging the status quo while keeping progressives at arm's length. This approach undermines the purpose of having independent media ecosystems in the first place. It also has real-world consequences by contributing to democratic complacency and avoiding necessary internal reflection and reform.
Okay, here's an issue I have with this article so far, and it's very good. It's very good. It's not an issue I have with the article in terms of quality. It goes over the role of PACs, for example, in creating links between the Democratic Party and these influencers, and in coordinating influencers to do work for the Democrat Party, for campaigns, so on and so forth. Okay. This isn't just about grifters gonna grift. There's an entire economic apparatus at play here, and it's not just a monetary apparatus, it's a political one. So who is incentivized to be these middlemen who are coordinating these independent media figures who basically just start off as schlubs with webcams and the Democratic Party? Because I got to tell you, like the Democratic Party does not actually benefit tremendously from these people. They are not powerful in terms of outreach. People find them because they are already Democrats. The people who are interested in building, I think that's generally true.
I don't think I have a major caveat I would like to put in there, but
okay. Well, what's that?
I'm not disagreeing with you. There is no convincing, only comforting happening in any of these. I'm not disagreeing with that. There's no convincing. These people don't exist to convert Democrats being Democrats. They exist to make it seem like the Democrats are doing something.
You're giving me too much credit.
No. They exist to make it seem like that Trump is failing or that Trump will fail because it allows us.
But Trump failing is not the Democrats doing something. It's actually kind of the opposite. Trump failing means the Democrats have permission to not do anything. They have permission for complacency.
That's sure. However you want to phrase it, that's my point, is that they exist as cover for the current power structure of the Democratic Party within people who are already inclined towards it.
That's the effect. That is not the for. The reason the for is more naive than that, and also more cynical at the same time. The for has nothing to do with providing cover to the Democratic Party. Nobody in the Democratic Party is going, hey, we're going to prop up these content creators so that they will keep a whole bunch of people complacent as to our lack of action during the...
I agree.
Okay. So that's not the for. Maybe that does take place with the people who view these people, but that's not the for. The for is actually
I believe the for is not far from what we heard idiots like Brianna Wu saying, where, hey, we want to get in with the kids. We want to make something popular.
No.
These are the people who are doing decent.
That's what I disagree with.
Okay.
Not at all. I don't think so for a second. That pitch is made by them, and money is given to them by people who are taking a pot shot at being responsible for something that may end up being successful at some level, or may end up making a spectacle that then it doesn't really matter if it's successful or not. It's a spectacle. It's like when people take part in, Progressive Victory is a great example of this. What is the function of Progressive Victory? Is it to get content creators involved in democratic politics and to help Kamala win the election? No, God, no. The purpose of Progressive Victory is that somebody like Brianna Wu or who the people who are running it besides can go, hey, look, I worked on Progressive Victory. Look at all these cool things.
For them to get money and power and join a political movement in a position of influence.
Things. And it has nothing to do whatsoever with being for the Democrats, because they will often do so in other spaces. Let me tell you, having some behind the scenes insight, all those people, what the fuck is his name? Hang on.
I don't need behind the scene insight. I was sort of early involved in PV in various ways too.
I wasn't talking about inside PV. I was talking about something else, but you interrupted me, so you don't know I'm going to say no. It's okay. So like the point is, there isn't a top-down thing where some strategist is disseminating emails telling people to do things, and there's a teleological function to any of this.
I agree.
This is 100% a middle and bottom thing that has nothing to do with the internal party politics. That's just what they're parasitic off of right now. And that's it.
I'm not. We have very different ways of looking at this in general. For me, it's when I say intention or anything like that, I'm maybe not meaning it quite as literally. For me, the way that these things work is the goal of all of these people, whatever it may be, is fairly irrelevant. Their overall invested personalities, their desire is invested in the Democrat Party that has been around for fucking 20 some years. They're invested in that setup and those things and that hierarchy, the American hegemony, the soft white liberal, the compassionate conservative, whatever you want to sort of phrase it as. That worldview, that structure is what they're invested in. And Rogan was kind of the champion for a lot of that for some time, as silly as that may be to say now. It was a very different place that he played in until he started going down a different path. And that shift, they want to find other people. They genuinely are, I believe, that they're looking for people to be that alternative. And because it's a thing they've talked about. And who's our Joe Rogan? Who's our thing? Without realizing that the problem is that there's a Joe Rogan. The problem is trying to find those people. Who's our Trump? Who is our answer to it, instead of just talking or pushing for issues or things to actually have people interested in. So it's the thing that libs have always done, which is,
it's not even about libs though. These people aren't libs. I don't think any of, I think there are exceptions. Obviously, I think they have proclivities towards a general neoliberal attitude towards stuff, which is sort of consistent with their behavior in these orgs. But like when you talk to these people behind the scenes, when you hear about the conversations that happen behind the scenes, like, let me tell you something. Progressive Victory shelled out money for people to go to debate Michael Knowles on whatever podcast. They liked Michael Knowles quite a bit. These people get along with those people behind the scenes. They like them.
Right.
That's the tenor. This is not fundamentally. This is not about.
This is what it's always been, though.
This is a path. Well, but no, though, because like it wasn't always the case that just randos could do this with this efficiency. You had to build yourself up through an organization. You had to actually like make a name for yourself and actually become involved in something.
But the difference for me would be that what I think the power structure is interested in is what I would term as almost disposability. That the no name is the thing. Take, for example, Bill Maher, who sucks a lot. And people don't have a lot of love for him on the left, or even in progressive or even centrist circles quite often these days. He's very much cozying up to Trump lately. He's always been friends with Ann Coulter. It's like a running joke. Ann Coulter as a person has been a running joke because she's friends with a whole bunch of people ostensibly that she believes are what she calls the worst people in the world or pure evil. But then at the end of the day, she doesn't care because it's about money for her and it's cynicism. That thing, they couldn't get rid of these people. They're not disposable in the same way. Their influence is longer term or is built in a different way. Whereas someone like a David Pakman, his channel could fall apart. They'll find a replacement. There's a disposability to these influencers.
I don't disagree with anything that you're saying, but I think referring this to the power structure is a mistake. It's not that these things reinforce the power structure. Power structures, due to their very disposability, they will police themselves. They emerge themselves. They don't have to be generated. They will make themselves spontaneously. What's interesting is that there is an incapacity for sincere ones to generate as a result because they police themselves. They police each other at a level so far removed from politics that they aren't even connected to cynical decision making by a hack party that wants to grift off of the remaining leftist base. It's not even I
100% agree.
Yeah.
This part I 100% agree. And I think when we talk about because I think there's an interesting conversation in causation, but the end result, and that is I know we agree on, is just to read a paragraph from here, because again, the article is quite good.
All
because
right.
the Democratic Party believes it has a tactics and messaging problem rather than a policy problem, they will likely look to successful outlets like Midas Touch for messaging guidance in future elections. They have already done this with Cohen, who was one of the largest political podcasts behind Midas Touch and is being invited to closed-door sessions with prominent Democrats to coach them on digital strategy. Democrats are outsourcing their messaging problem to influencers, so studying their content can help us predict what the future of the party's messaging might look like. We can predict that, having seen Midas Touch overtake Rogan, they will conclude that they don't need to offer an aspiring alternative to Trump that people actually want to vote for. Instead of transformational politics, we will get nonstop, unfocused attacks on Trump. I agree with this.
So they're being hypnotized by success on YouTube and social media, which is a really big mistake.
Huge mistake.
Because even here, like, here's the thing. No matter how successful you are on YouTube, better than Joe Rogan times 2, you ain't hitting Fox News numbers. These are different universes of scale. And what people forget about when they try to let's this is what I was saying like a long time ago when the progressive victory thing was a part of the discourse. If you wanted to do something effective, if you wanted to mobilize something effective using content creators, don't go for political content creators. Tap Markiplier's shoulder. Try to get someone like that to just say a little thing. Like, hey, Gold. I'm voting on da 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 da. Like, but
no, that's Asmongold. I'm agreeing with you when I say that.
Yeah. That even Asmongold, honestly. But yeah, exactly. At that time, I would say not Asmongold necessarily.
Did you see that he tried to drink water?
Beg your pardon?
Did you see him drink water?
He drinks water now?
Asmongold clip? No, this was. Sorry, I just.
Oh yeah, didn't he spit it out?
He drank it and then washed the water down
with Coca-Cola,
with soda.
Yeah,
all right. Just because, fuck it. We're just gonna take. Sorry.
Okay.
Fiji water in a bottle. Did you see his face? I fucking love it. He's like, what?
You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. Not as much of a fan of Fiji water.
It's not gross.
It's not gross. It's just kind of flavorless. I like.
I find it flavorful. It doesn't matter. It's not this face. Then he washes it down with a fucking McDonald's Coke. I love it.
It's better. Wow. Who the fuck drinks this shit? Yeah, I just okay. All right, we're gonna water the first one, okay, guys? Alrighty. And there we go. I think that's way enough. Maybe a little bit more.
Watering plants.
Okay, that's plenty. That's plenty.
What the fuck is going on?
That's too much? No, it didn't drown the plant, man.
Oh my god. He is magic. This fucking dude is magic. But I'm agreeing with you. But with that, the way you do it, and by the way, it's the way Trump accidentally does it, or the Republicans do it at large, is they say policies. They say things they're going to do and stuff that people can be interested in. People are like, oh, fuck, that would be good. And that, like, it forces a conversation versus the very empty, hey, how you doing? We're cool. We're not Trump, which is all that this shit is. Am I wrong? No?
No, I was looking up a name from The Office because I was thinking that what Asmongold's probably doing. You know how Creed, who I didn't realize was the actor was the same as the character name. Just strange. Creed Bratton, played by Creed Bratton.
And had a really storied life personally too, by the way. Like, that's like the best part about him, not the criminal side, which I actually like Creed's weird one-offs about bodies and killing people, but he actually like was like musician and all kinds of crazy shit. But it's like people talk about Trump not because they're paid to. I mean, they're conservatives, that's the case for sure. But like people like Asmongold, like influencers, it's because there's something to talk about. There's a policy. There's a thing happening that is to respond to, a reaction thing. And talking about stuff that people are interested in. Again, if it was just the Democrats were like, hey, look, Trump's fucking up. We're not going to return to the previous thing. Here's what we're going to do. You ready? We're going to forgive all student debt. We're done with this shit. We're going to increase taxes on the wealthy across the board. We're going to change all of this shit. We're going to tax overseas. And if you don't bring stuff in and bring that money back in, we're going to tax the shit out of it. We're going to have negative interest rates like on in major house investments, that if you own a house that no one's using, if there's no productive capacity out of it, and if you're just renting it, you can have 2, maybe 3, but then we're going to have negative interest rates and you're paying for all that shit. Go with Georgism as like a fiscal policy. Like, these are things that if you were to pitch, 1, it would start a conversation, but 2, people would like, I don't even know how people, but they'd be like, fucking finally.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing though. These people don't have space in their heads or in their lives to think. That's not a thing that's going to come out of these creators anyways. It's not even a matter of turning Democrats' mindset. Like, here's the part that I disagree with. Midas Touch is not turning Democrats' minds to slop. Okay, Democrats who watch Midas Touch, their minds are already slop. Like, it's over at that point. Nobody's being transformed by that. I don't think people are watching that and then having their lives radically change. I think what's happening is people are feeling an agitation. It's being caught up in a thing and it's being neutralized. It's not that their minds are being turned to slop. They weren't politically invested to begin with, not in a serious way.
I'm not. And nuanced disagreement. I'm not. People who watch and are actively in this, it's the same thing as like someone who's like an avid watcher of like Joe Rogan. I'm not going to be able to spend time to have conversations with them because it's kind of not really, they're not there like as a thing. And Midas Touch viewers, they're not people who are going to like be moved on stuff. But I do think that there is the same way that Joe Rogan is kind of an opening or a thing that gets recommended to a few people and then they find themselves in sort of a weird ecosystem. Midas Touch or Beasley or other stuff. There is a YouTube pushes, you click on it because you're like, oh, something really big happened. And there's so much of that content, you're recommended it again and again. And as you're put into that, there is a general, I'm not saying it's going to turn people who are radical into pablum, but kind of, that it's a softening that will happen to people.
Nah, because you're assuming they're hard to start with, and I don't think that's true. I think.
I think they're very soft to start with, and I think it completes.
I don't think they're getting softer. I think it's they were seeking out the thing that it's giving them to begin with. They're not surprised by this. This isn't new.
I didn't seek out Midas Touch. I didn't seek out Luke Beasley. The algorithm.
You misunderstand me. The kind of person who clicks on Midas Touch and sticks around for it is already seeking that kind. They're already the kind of person who would sit through that thing for an extended period of time.
And then when I search Trump ABC interview,
I understand a search. I understand.
No. I'm saying, and the top 7 links are all.
No, I get that, but it doesn't matter. That would always be the case. The question is like, okay, yeah, there's a cottage industry around putting out homebrew Democrat propaganda, and occasionally, if you do it really well, and within certain parameters, they'll even give you an audience and they'll let you like massively increase your profile. But that's about it. Like we know this. Is this turning Democrats' minds to slop? I don't think so. I think if you're the kind of person, because everyone's already aware of all this stuff, like just generally, the Palestine stuff is being discussed, like and so on and so forth. If you're the kind of person who is simply satisfied already with, killing 100,000 kids is okay because of October 7th, and that's where you end, I do not think that there is a person there who has gotten to a point where it's like, okay, this is turning. It's like, no, this is just more
right.
of the
But
same.
I think you're talking about the average American.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about average people and how people come to politics. I'm talking about the person in the end of the Weimar who was like walking through the streets, whose job had been taken away and who had no money, and heard two different rallies happening. And
that's not the person though who's watching these things. That person doesn't exist in this context. We're not talking about that person.
How does that is most of America.
No, these people aren't even walking out in the streets and hearing a rally. These people are searching for stuff to begin with.
Literally sitting on YouTube and having the page recommend stuff to you is that.
It recommends stuff to you, yeah, but it also recommends stuff on the right as well. What's the difference? It's recommending you like Trump stuff and so on and so forth. Thing made you mad. You look up thing that says thing made you mad is bad. Boom.
But again, that's not how desire pathways work for people inside of such things. When you have 20 videos that are shown with thumbnails and people are already, and they are, Trump has a 32% approval rating. You're not talking about the vast majority of people being super happy with the guy right now. That neg energy that exists, the repulsion from him or the frustration at him being channeled in that is not going to go towards, oh, well, let me go see if he's got a good reason. They have an emotional reaction. They click on worst day for Trump ever because they want to know he's feeling that he's having a terrible day. It's, again, the politics of resentment at its base level. And that's what gets people into this. It's the hate watching of how happy they are that Trump looks stupid or is dumb or is getting the comeuppance without talking about, hey, by the way, here's what his policy is doing. Because none of those talk about it.
Right, but we've established all this. The question is, what is this thing that it's doing? We agree what it's doing. What is it doing to the viewers? Is it turning their minds to slop? I don't think so. I think that's adding an additional layer to this, which feels really good to say. It's like, of course, these asshole, shithead, cynical freaks who are just bullshitting people and ignoring important issues for money. Obviously, they're not informing their viewers in a meaningful way. Are they turning them into slop? I think that's an assumption.
I could agree with that. I think it's a strong statement that it's a strong assumption I'm not going to say no to either. Like, if you read the comments on any of these videos or you watch how people react to them or the people who are following on in the mass of fucking, as you say, cottage industry of react content, it's everyone going, haha, look at how silly Trump looks. And it's like, again, the feels good or the vibe play of that, it's turning people into believing they're doing politics. And they're not. It's people who watch Philosophy Tube and think they're doing philosophy.
I don't think they believe they're doing politics.
I believe they think they're politically engaged, or else they would watch.
Oh, I think they
Minecraft.
think they're politically engaged. I don't think they think.
But that's not political engagement. Though. That's my point.
It is political engagement.
No, it's drama engagement at best.
There's literally no meaningful difference between the two when the issues at hand pertain to
one is about policies
that
happen. The other is about how someone swore while they were on Big Brother.
Okay, but we both agree that them talking about policies also doesn't matter. It's a question of how they don't talk about policies. We're people talking about policies and they don't watch, then you're also not affecting those same people anyways. It's the same difference, right? Like if you do not catch the numbers.
If the people, I actually am going to disagree with this. To me, okay. If people have an emotional investment or a drive towards needing things to change, or that things should change, or that things are not good, if they do not have an outlet for that energy that makes them feel better and assuages that, they will find a use for that energy in other ways. And that is the thing that this is doing. This is literally working against revolutionary capacity, or even the beginning of one in any
Okay,
in any
so
way.
you think there would be revolutionary capacity but for these outlets?
Not alone. See, that's you're driving that. I think this
That's
is the
what
only
you
cause.
said, though. I want you to
No,
elaborate.
I did not say it's the only cause. Absolutely,
I
never.
I
said
didn't
that.
say it was the only cause either.
You did actually.
Well, then hang on.
But for these outlets means it is the only cause.
If these outlets are not trapping revolutionary capacity, then there is revolutionary capacity untrapped, right? So
Correct.
There is a significant.
Yes, people would find other places to go where they would find other content, or they would make more content, or they would do something themselves. Correct.
Why do you think so? And I ask this very seriously. Why do you think so when, as you say, this is drama? Why would they not just seek out other entertainments or distractions?
Because their attraction is specifically to the anger about what's happening in their lives right now. That's why.
But it's not, though, because 90% of the stuff that's being posted here is Trump fucked up in a way that they don't comprehend. It's just like, look, here's this thing you've never bothered to look into. You don't understand. But look, Trump fucked up. It's okay. If they were agitated about things that directly affect their lives, it wouldn't stop there because it's affecting their lives. It's in their lives. It's not just relegated to the screen. Right? The people who are watching this are really excited about the fact that Trump is fucking up. They are not excited about the fact.
Why are they happy that he's fucking up?
They're happy that he is fucking up because there's a whole lot of fear-mongering that is true, by the way, incidentally, about all of the long-term impacts and increasingly the short-term impacts of stuff that he's doing, but that also haven't all come to fruition yet. And so, like, at this moment, it really is just, here's a balm to BALM, not BOMB, to this intense anxiety that you're having. And that's what it's about. The vast majority of people who are watching this stuff aren't people who are just fired from government jobs. That's still a vast minority of Americans.
That's
not people.
What I said.
I didn't say that's what you said.
Okay.
But you were talking about the worker in Weimar, just lost his job, walking around seeing.
I was using it as an example.
But an example of what then? If you're not talking about someone who's lost.
I'm talking
their
about
job.
the people, the 50+% of Americans who are now in poverty and living beyond paycheck to paycheck, who are feeling excessive stress, who are in nightmare positions as jobs are lost everywhere. They don't have power. They're not sure what's happening. They're seeing rights eroded. They're terrified for friends and family, and they blame very particularly in a certain direction.
Yes. It's not a shorthand to connect these two things together, forming a sociological explanation of a very complicated dynamic to just say, look, here's actually how these people are being affected. It needs to actually conduce to a particular behavior. You can't just throw these things at the wall.
Why do you think people are watching Midas Touch at record numbers versus Joe Rogan?
Why are rich people who aren't poor watching Midas Touch? Why are a whole bunch of people watching Midas Touch who are not being affected in any deleterious way at this point? And if that explanation can account for everybody, would motivate anybody to watch it, there you go. If you're talking about like there being revolutionary potential that actually exists, that is being neutered by this particular kind of thing, we need to establish that wasn't already neutered by something else to begin with. The level of analysis here is arbitrarily stopping where the article's pointing to. That's my critique here. Like this is farther than that. Are the people who are clicking on Midas Touch and obsessively watching it because look, Trump fucked up, look, Trump fucked up, are they doing that because this is political engagement? They think they're doing something? Or are they doing that because it feels good, because they like seeing this thing fail for a whole concatenacy of reasons that might not have anything to do with their personal situation? Because people do the same thing. A bunch of students do the same thing with right-wing content creators in like college. They do the same thing with, like, it's across the board. People watch all these people like that. The hacks that go on Joe Rogan and make up like alternate histories about Atlantis or something. It's the exact same thing. They attach to personalities. They attach to these vibe-based spheres of media, and they get absorbed in it. But it's not about like I don't know. It's just like there's a whole structure.
So there's no larger commentary to be found that Joe Rogan, which is ostensibly a deeply culturally political focused podcast for the last few years, which it is.
I thought it was drama, Brooks. You said it was drama, remember?
No, I did not.
You just said
I didn't
these
say
guys
Joe
are doing
Rogan's
drama.
I didn't say Joe Rogan's drama.
You said Midas is doing drama and he's Joe Rogan.
Okay.
It's
I'm
the
just
same.
going to continue my point.
It's drama, right? Like that's what it is.
Okay.
Like I know Joe Rogan does long form interviews, but like we're talking about like people trapping people's political potential. Like okay, but you have to establish.
You don't think Joe Rogan was doing the same thing prior to this?
What?
There's no right-wing pipeline? You don't believe in the alt-right pipeline as a thing?
Don't believe in the alt-right pipeline?
Yeah, is the alt-right pipeline a thing?
What are you referring to?
The alt-right pipeline?
The alt-right pipeline refers to. I want you to be specific. Alt-right pipeline is a meme. Xander Hall was apparently a victim of the alt-right pipeline. He made a lot of money billing himself as that. What do you mean specifically?
The nature of
I understand the concept of one media producer normalizing another one, and then eventually you find yourself watching normalized people like Nick Fuentes. I get that. I'm not stupid. The point though is that
why do they start down that road?
I'm sorry. Are you suggesting that this is like the alt-right pipeline?
I'm suggesting that media operates generally the same. Yes.
Yes, that's okay. We've already established. We agree with that. We were just talking earlier about how like different media figures only allow certain other ones to come into the fold. And
boo,
ooh.
We
can just end the stream now. To get like general acceptance through the public associations with other figures, so long as they don't rock the boat too much and they do particular kinds of things that allow them to interface and so on and so forth. That is a homogenizing effect. That's not like the alt-right pipeline. That is flattening the kind of content that is able to emerge to prominence and making it all the same. That's not like the alt-right pipeline at all. Obviously, like media personalities can facilitate connections from one community to another. I wouldn't disagree with that for a second, but that's not what's happening here. What's happening here is these are all acting exactly the same because that's the condition of survival in this media climate. And the thing is like I don't think it's trapping revolutionary potential. I think it's giving people an entertainment outlet. People who were already like frankly just not revolutionary to begin with. There are a lot of people who just flat out hate Trump bluntly.
And this would be a thing I think we just are going to disagree on because for me it is the same as someone liking a thing on Twitter and believing that's activism. The slacktivism term that was tossed around for a long time. These are things that absolutely are people being able to do minor, smaller tasks in order to discharge anger, frustration, or other things. Anger, rage posting on YouTube. Rage posting on comments, people on X, wherever it might be. These are ways people get out their frustration or anger and feel better about themselves. It's a long-standing thing.
Okay, but
and the ability to find content that allows that anger to get out, to find someone who believes like I do, but has nothing beyond that feels very important to sort of notice.
I agree, except okay. Midas Touch turns Democrats' minds to slop. The title of the article we're reading. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Specifically, it's not referring to Democrats generally. It's referring to the party infrastructure Democrats. I don't think it's referring to voters because that's not how they've talked the whole time so far.
You think it's referring to so you think they're making David Pakman's mind turn to slop?
No, the party infrastructure.
They're talking about viewers, and I'll talk about the infrastructure, right?
Because
the infrastructure.
They're talking about the party.
You think Midas Touch is turning the party to slop?
I believe that is what the article is mostly saying. Yes,
I think the article is talking about turning its viewers' minds to slop. Otherwise, why the comparison with Joe Rogan? Because he has these long-form conversations with intellectuals and also crazy people.
Well, I mean, actually, the comparison to Joe Rogan is apt because Joe Rogan became a pretty significant player in the right-wing party and infrastructure of the RNC for their communications.
This is ultimately bad for mental health and political discourse. This is not talking about the party infrastructure. This is talking about the general culture of Democrat voters.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not the party infrastructure. It doesn't touch the party infrastructure. The party infrastructure touches this lightly, but but it's not talking about the party infrastructure. It's talking about the audiences, right? Even you were talking about the audiences when you're talking about the workers,
Right, but
so on and so forth. I think we're getting off topic. The point is, like, I do not think the thing that these sort of pablum producers are skimming off of is the kind of thing that has revolutionary potential. This is something that is defined by people who, as opposed to leftists, are neither intellectually nor materially interested yet at that level. These are the kinds of people who are entertained by Trump puts ketchup on his steak. That's the content. That's what it is. Nobody who is like feeling the heat right now is satisfied by that.
The paragraph here, just to read it and say, if this is the future, the Democratic Party's media ecosystem, it's a bleak and cynical one. A party that relies on controlled messaging instead of real accountability will only accelerate its own decline. Midas Touch and its ilk may be raking in views now, but in the end, they are helping to build a Democratic Party that is increasingly disconnected from the very voters it claims to represent. Thankfully, there are real alternatives. Status Quo, Real News Network, Level, Breakthrough News, and Drop Site News. Majority Report, by the way, is solid. Produce excellent original reporting and holds power to account. Likewise, here at Current Affairs, we challenge both Donald Trump and liberal establishment that enables him. This is, to me, the criticism is, you can say they're talking about all Democrats, but I think they're talking about that weird way that these things then fall back on. Oh, look at how strong they are. They put these people in power by giving them access, by giving them interviews. They got a bunch of views. Now these guys have a bunch of views, and somehow they're also the ones who are setting the tone for the DNC, and they're the ones advising, and they're going to advise in their own best interests. And it's going to create a position where, again, Democrats, like the voters, they're going to vote in their interests as far as they understand it. And they're going to vote for the party that best represents them as far as they're able to tell in what is put forward. And if the Democrats don't put forward something that is actually in people's interest because they're listening to these guys and they're trying to be milquetoast and they're doing what these guys say rather than really pushing the thing, the voters will vote other ways, and it will just cause the Democrats to fail. But Republicans,
yeah, but
grow.
if the media culture is such that not Trump is equated with in your interest, then that will be so either way. Because the problem you're up against here is not just that, oh, they will move on. It's like, well, no, they won't, because they've already been indoctrinated correctly that the other party is also against their interests more directly. And so even among like leftists,
yes, it'll be like the last election where Trump
won. Where even among leftists, it's like the only people who didn't vote because of the Democrats not representing their interests were people who perceived that their interests were not being met intellectually. This was largely to do with things like stuff to do with Gaza and Palestine, right? So like what I take this to be saying here is when they're saying it helps to build a Democratic Party that's increasingly disconnected from the very voters it claims to represent. It's not that it's changing how the Democrats act. It's that it's changing. It's eliminating the presence or visibility of internal critics among the voters. They're the ones who are being sort of unvoiced here. Pro-Palestinian Democrat voters are just being erased from the count. These people are already echoing what the Democratic Party was doing by itself. They were already going to take this attitude.
Right, and they're giving them space to feel that's justified. Like this is what happened following Hillary. It's the same exact thing where they didn't do an actual critique of themselves. They went, oh, it must have been because of interference and illegal election shit, instead of going, yeah, Hillary actually bombed that campaign and ruined everything, and it was her fault. By the way, Biden and Kamala are 100% responsible for Trump becoming president. I will not say otherwise. Like, they did that. They put nothing in place and assumed nothing was better than some negative, not realizing that people don't vote for nothing. And it kind of pushed people into really weird pockets of voting, ultimately. And that thing, when they don't feel that pressure, is significant.
I mean, Biden was a nothing vote. I think the main thing is it's like, it's nothing and it's genocidal. I think that's what kind of did it, honestly. I think it was a combination of, and it's senile, and it doesn't know who the president of Ukraine is, and it's like, okay, I think it was just the spectacle of like just naked corruption that did it. It was just a blow to morale. I think people would have been fine with voting for nothing if it was actually just nothing, because Trump is worse than nothing.
Yeah.
I think that's really what it comes down to. As far as like making the Democratic Party disconnected, I don't think it can increase that disconnect, because I think the chain of causality is in the other way. I think it's the Democratic Party that is making these platforms that want the grift off the Democratic Party less connected, and it's easy to
interesting because I see it as that they're taking the success of the platform that they kind of made successful as being clues that this is an indicator of what sells with people, and therefore what they should do. Like
maybe, but I think
they're buying their own shit in this weird outwardly extended way, and that's the big worry for me about this.
Possible, but I think it's unlikely for the following reason. Despite the fact that there was a meeting at the White House with some of these content creators, this has not been a regular occurrence. There's a general disinterest in this kind of media by these people overall. They make very few of these appearances. They are very.
That's just not true anymore. That hasn't been true for a little bit. We just looked at Midas Touch just had 4 governors who are all absolutely the front runners for the 2020.
Yes, that's super recent though. That is super recent. That's not.
It's in the last 2 years. Yeah, Kamala did this. This was her major campaign, as the article pointed out, and I think it's a fair note. And it was a thing people criticized her for. She didn't do a lot of traditional news. Trump had Fox. He was on all the time. Kamala didn't do a lot of even like CNN.
Yeah, but was that because there was a general strategic turn in terms of prioritizing new media like that, or was that because she had a very short time to do her campaign and she didn't want to fly as much as it would be required? Because that's something else that happened. She didn't go to
you don't have to fly for MSNBC and CNN have bureaus in DC and other places.
Okay, sure. But like here's the thing though.
They have bureaus in every city. Like you can do call-ins from literally anywhere. Interviews anywhere.
These are already platforms that agree with the Democratic Party. There is not a tremendous effort to mold or direct their activities. Like it's just not there. They were already doing it. They haven't changed. There's not like a point where it's like, oh, they went to the White House and then all of a sudden their positions flipped, or they started hyper focusing on this. Like they were already doing that. That's the thing. That's why they were there. It's because they were doing that. They were selected for conformity with attitudes that the Democratic Party already had.
Yeah. I mean, again, I'm not disagreeing. It's just, for me, I think the push towards looking at these people, and they are, as being the ones to sort of involve in this process, so traditional media, let's talk about traditional media just for a second, because I think it's an important distinction. The reporter from ABC who we saw do this interview with Trump, whatever you may think of him, there is zero chance, and I mean this, that ABC would allow him to moonlight for the Democratic Party as a consultant for how to handle media. That is not a thing that reporters are allowed to do across the board. Now, there's ways they may get around such things, but outright, this article talks about, and Midas and these other guys openly talk about how they're consulting, they're paid consultants for the Democratic Party. But how the fuck is that not like, hey, I have a business, the Democratic Party pays for consulting fees, and that's not considered because it's new media. We're fine with it. We're fine with it. And it's that kind of thing that puts these people in a very different type of controlled opposition than what has traditionally existed.
You don't think there's you're saying consulting fees. You're taking that to mean that they are actually sources of intellectual content for the Democratic Party, and they're informing their strategy. You don't think there's a possibility that that's just a combination of resume padding and like financially classifying what they're doing? Like maybe they're receiving money or giving.
Don't care. It doesn't matter, because nothing like it would be allowed in the traditional media space and news space.
Sure, but they're also not doing anything to the scale of what the traditional media space is still doing. Like it's just not there yet.
I'm not sure.
We're just not at that level. They're not getting Fox News levels of viewership. Like it's just not happening. Like they're not competing in that way. They're not getting CNN levels of viewership. They're not there. Even I don't even think Midas Touch is there.
I'm gonna say it's tough apples and oranges conversations to have, but again, like
Well, but it's the apples and oranges conversation like boils down to, from their perspective, like raw numbers. How many do you actually reach?
Fox had like 3 million in prime time.
Right.
And Midas Touch, let's find out. 100,000, 100,000, 100,000 for every one of these. The live stream.
Oh, Midas Touch is actually ahead of Fox News on YouTube.
On YouTube. 5 million subscribers, 300,000 views on a stream. So they're not beating primetime Fox News, but they're beating daytime Fox News. So
You mean when people work? I mean, probably. People listen to YouTube while they work. And they probably don't listen. A lot of people probably don't listen to Fox News while they work for obvious reasons. I don't know.
But again, the content and the size of how far it goes and how big it is and where it goes is one of those things that's like, a month ago, 5.5 million views. Trump runs to golf and gets booed everywhere. Like, that is beating, like, that's a single 15-minute video that beats Fox News.
I understand. All I'm saying is, like, fundamentally what you're talking about is a chunk of the time economy of people who have thus far demonstrated zero proclivity to actually get involved politically otherwise. And if this is functionally acting as entertainment and as soothing, there's no difference in terms of its effect compared to what someone like Joe Rogan does. Sure, maybe it's less creative. It doesn't like spur their creativity a little bit more, or maybe like get them interested in something a little bit more. Yeah, it's purely neutral. Is it diverting revolutionary potential? I don't think so. Not as something unique. Like, I think it's certainly part of like a general ecosystem that has this kind of thing that probably channels energy that might be revolutionary if it was purely unchanneled. But the problem is it's not. It would be channeled somewhere else anyways. There's sort of an indifference here. Like, I just don't think it's having that effect. The kinds of people who are seeking this stuff out and are soothed by it, these are not people who are agitated in the kind of way where not having these platforms in particular would cause them to do a thing.
Again, that presumes.
Apparently, we missed the donation. Did you?
We'll get there. Again, that presumes that I mean that this is the only thing. Like, this is the thing.
But it might be the case that,
and I'm not saying that.
But if it's not the only thing, then it's not the thing, because
there's no thing. That is the thing. There is no such thing as like, well, if only that one thing were fixed, then the world would be a better place.
No,
that's
obviously
not.
But here's the thing though. For it to be responsible for doing a thing at all,
it's responsible for what it does in the world. Absolutely.
But which is what though? Because if you're going to say it diverts revolutionary activity, it's like, well, if to not divert that same exact quantum of revolutionary activity, you would also have to get rid of.
For example, is someone who voted for Trump to blame for anything that Trump did?
Zoo.
Is anyone who voted for Trump to blame what Trump did? To blame for what Trump did?
Is anyone who voted for Trump to blame for what Trump did?
Yeah. Can you be upset with a Trump voter for doing that? For like, hey, you enabled this.
You can. I don't think that's the answer you're looking for, though.
I mean,
I'm confused by the question because it's
because it's a single vote is a BB on a fucking windshield of masses. Right. It's a single effect amongst everything. There's a mass amount of it.
I don't know why you like it. Trump voters are produced.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't waste energy getting angry at a Trump voter. What's the point?
All right.
I just don't know what you're asking me. Like do votes matter? Yeah, in aggregate they do matter, sure. But that's not really addressing the issue here, which is in like what engines are actually responsible for channeling in effective ways.
Well, I mean, the answer is capital and the nature of social repression at a large scale. These types of outlets enable people to have resentment fed back upon them, so that way they can enjoy their own repression.
Look, you've got an ocean, okay, and every little drop of it is a different liquid, and you're saying it's wine that's diluting the ocean. That's my.
I think that when we start talking about the largest media work,
not about
in the
largest,
world,
it has to be.
It is the largest. It is the single largest media network in the world right now. It's beaten Joe Rogan.
But it's not about largeness. It has to do with what is it tapping? Because if it's simply reaching the largest aggregate of the same pool that everybody else is at once,
that's
not changing the game.
Again, you're putting causation and determinate sort of realities in it, because I'm saying that they exist in the same media ecosphere as any other alt-right, left, whatever pipeline.
I'm not putting causality into it. I'm not putting causality into it.
Then why do you think that the way you keep phrasing it is, if it finds these people, or if these people find it, and it's like finding, like why is that the term?
I'll tell you exactly why. Because this is not just a single creator that the algorithm is pushing, and then this is novel information they're getting from this creator, or any information or vibe they're getting from this creator. This is the one who has reached the largest amount of who? Well, one of the things that happens in this media ecosystem, which we talked about, is people self-homogenize because only people who fit a certain profile manage to find success. Yeah. These people find success from a certain pool of viewers who are already cued in to those larger audiences. So if all of these people are incestuously pulling from the same pot...
But they're not.
But they are.
How? If they're bigger than Joe Rogan, how do you explain that over 6 months becoming that large?
Because they're all the same.
Joe
so some
Rogan
people
and
get their
is
fix
the same.
over here. Some people get their fix over here. They like this vibe more than this vibe, this person's voice more than this person's voice, this person over this person. However, they're all doing the same things. They didn't homogenize their sex, their voice, their ethnicity, or whatever. They homogenized their message and their delivery system. And if they're all doing the exact same thing, for having the exact same impact on the audience, that's the same people. And it just so happens that some of these channels have broader appeal for various reasons among that same group than other people do. That's it.
Fair. All right.
So like if that pool is not being affected by any of these people, if that pool stays stable, and maybe it's not, maybe you're right. If that pool stays stable, then none of these channels independently can be.
I don't think it stays stable.
Yeah.
I think the way that this exists is it exists in the things are produced, people are produced, the systems are produced. What we live in is a general moderate right neoliberal sort of culture. And Joe Rogan went too far to one end. And then we're seeing the reaction against that people are more comfortable with. And that audience is now switching back over to that. That's what Joe Rogan kind of used to be.
Why do you think it's the same audience?
Because it's Americans at large. We know that that's who they're talking about people-wise.
I mean, sure, they're talking about people-wise, but like, why do you assume it's the same audience? Like, they're
Joe Rogan lost people.
No, but over the course of this, though, new people are born. They become adults. They start getting engaged in stuff.
I'm talking about people at large.
Yes, but when you're talking about audiences, you're not just talking about Americans. You're talking about particular groups of Americans that are sensitive to particular kinds of content. Not everybody has everybody as an audience, right? Like we don't have the same audience as any of the people we're discussing right now. There is probably 100% overlap at some level with everybody we've mentioned at some point. There's definitely someone here who's in one of those audiences.
The Joe Rogan, Hawk Tuah, Theo Von, Midas Touch network is significantly larger Venn diagram crossover.
Okay, but is that because they're grabbing people from these other circles?
No.
Or is that okay? So, but that's
it's because their content is being served up via algorithm to people who are generally modest, mainstream, whatever it may be. I even got recommended shit like this quite often, all the time, despite blocking multiple of these people, because it's the most content. It's not just the 5 names we made. Midas Touch is not one podcast. It's dozens of shows. It's like TYT. It's a fucking media network of other dozens of shows.
Sure. It's a media network, okay. That's probably all watched by viewers of the core main channel that's the biggest one. And all those other channels that do the exact same thing are probably watched by the exact same audience.
It'd be nice if we could look at that.
Do we have analytics on that?
No.
Oh,
YouTube
I thought you sounded like you were going to produce.
No, it would be nice. Wouldn't it be nice?
It would be nice. I just don't know why you're saying. Well, obviously, yes. I would love to be able to see these.
I have
these
to
numbers.
pull in. I wonder if I can get that via the YouTube.
Sometimes
API.
creators post their analytics. Maybe
No, I think I might
Midas
be able to
is-
get it via YouTube API.
Really? Okay. Well, that'd be interesting to see.
I want to find out. I'm making a note for myself for later because
Sorry,
actually...
TYT isn't expanding audiences. Mr. President Brown on this one. I don't think I would. We were ever arguing that TYT isn't expanding audiences.
No,
TYT is on its way out.
TYT's hemorrhaging, if anything.
Thank God, honestly.
Yeah, and no joke. The TTSs, we did not miss. I'm now collating them because a byproduct of limiting people and the TTS to announcing things that are $5 and over is that I now have to read out $5 over donations.
No. Here's how this is going to work going forward. Okay. Those aren't super chats though. Those are stream elements donations.
They're
right?
tips. Yes.
Why'd you limit those ones?
Because it was the first one I saw, and you told me to limit donations. You said
the super chat donations, not the TTS. Not the stream elements ones. Leave those ones untouched. Okay. Anyways, here's how it's going to work. I've got a.
I'm fixing it right now.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Here's how the system's going to work. Okay. Just leave it. Leave it.
I fixed it already.
No. Here's the deal.
Late. It's too fucking late.
$5 is TTS. Anything below for both, fix it back. Anything below for both will be read out at the conclusion of the stream.
That is, well, not anymore. You made me fix it. So we have Zinsight. Thank you very much.
Money.
Fuck you. Fuck you. What? Not you, Zinsight. Fuck you. What the fuck?
What'd they say?
Their TTS didn't work. Why the fuck didn't the sound played? Didn't it?
I did.
You get
I heard the sound, but I didn't hear the TTS.
What the fuck? Why the fuck would that not play the TTS?
Well, clearly you didn't fix it. You just made it worse.
I don't.
Also, by the way, sometimes Stream Elements just stops working, apparently.
I hate all of this so much.
It's
One more
awful.
time.
Money.
May 1st tomorrow, go to a protest or something.
Yes, join May Day. May Day protests are everywhere. Go do that. Tomorrow's going to be a big day for it. And then also Insomnia.
Money.
Well, the traffic was murder, you know. One of those manure spreaders jackknifed on the Santa Ana. God awful mess. You should see my shoes.
It's good because it's good. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's what? It's all right. No?
Is that all of them?
We only got 2. All of them is kind of a overstatement, perhaps.
Wow. So I'm almost insulted.
We got 2. I know. Well, that's what happens when you just tell people, "Hey, by the way, don't give us any money anymore."
I was hoping the fasci guys would give us a bit more, but apparently they're all broke. You're all poor. You're not working hard enough.
And literally, Insomnia, no one gets the fucking reference.
Which reference? That was a
Traffic
reference.
was murder, you know. One of those manure spreaders jackknifed on the Santa Ana. God awful mess. You should see my shoes. So, most of you weren't even born. I saw this movie when I was like 9, and it was old at that point. It's Chevy Chase, of course, as the great Detective Fletch that they tried to reboot with John Hamm, which didn't work, by the way. Didn't work.
Really, with John Hamm, because John Hamm's pretty good.
John Hamm. Well, again, it's John Hamm is funny, genuinely, and he's got amazing moments and a lot of different stuff. He's done just a wonderful job with. He has great comedic timing, but the writing was just not the thing. They tried to make it too much that thing. It's a shame.
He carried season 2 of Good Omens.
He's fantastic. Did you see the Naked Gun reboot coming?
Oh no.
Wait. Have you seen it? Wait, don't.
No.
I think we can. I don't think we'll get.
Did you
copyright
see
struck
Mrs.
for it.
Obama admitted to his real identity?
You don't think we'll get copyright struck for it? What are you putting on the screen? Is it
The trailer.
copyrighted material?
The trailer.
Could be. Hey, you ever notice how sometimes Queeman's VODs will just disappear because they have media that was blocked by so and so?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's why, because he watched the trailer or something.
Can we do a trailer?
No.
We're gonna do a trailer.
Why?
Because
why do we have to do a trailer? We can watch it later on the Discord or something. Why does it have to be here, where our money comes from?
All right. I will say, I'm excited for it.
Are you? Who's in it?
I kind of just. It's Leslie. It's Liam Neeson.
Oh my God.
And
okay.
Liam Neeson has, for who he is, one of my favorite comedic things ever is him on Life is Short with Ricky Gervais.
Oh yeah, just
where
the,
he's learning to do improv comedy.
Improvisational comedy.
It's one of the best fucking he is so good. And he's done a handful of other like fairly comedic things, but he's never done this is full. And the reason I think I'm okay with it, Leslie Nielsen said the thing is, it's about comedians. There's comedians and then there are funny people. There are people who are funny and then there are people who say things who are funny. He's like, I'm neither. And he's right. Because at no point does he actually tell a joke. Everything for Leslie Nielsen was straight. He played comedy perfectly straight. And that's why every single fucking line he said basically always landed. It's when he was trying to be silly that it didn't work. And Liam Neeson has that.
Actually, you know what? The writer is the guy who did Chip and Dale. So it actually might be really good.
It is. It's a. Did
you see that? You saw that one. You must have
yes.
seen that one.
I'm just gonna make you watch the beginning of this. I don't give a fuck. We're not gonna get copyright struck. I'll cut it out and deal with it myself if we do.
I swear to God, if we get copyright struck, it's too late to cut it out.
If we get copyright struck, I will never, ever, ever ask again to watch anything.
No, because we'll be gone.
Calisthenics a good praxis?
What? I don't know what that means.
Hey, look, Emoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Emoy.
Throwing kisses.
Throwing kisses. That's how it vocalizes that. I like that. Thank you for throwing
amazing.
Kisses our way.
Oh no, they can make sentences with emojis. That could be bad.
Wait.
Ooh,
it's back to
that
doing,
could be bad.
It's back to doing under $2 on YouTube. What the fuck?
Oh, what the you? Wow.
I didn't change it.
You had to have.
I fixed the other one, but they're
no.
not
I think
separate.
you fixed.
They're not
the YouTube
separate.
chat
That's
one.
why. It's because it's not separate.
Are they not separate? They should
They're
be.
Not separate. Super chats and TTS is not the same thing. Let's see. Neil, I'm going to try it. We're going to try it right here.
I mean, they do
We'll
though, because it's TTS that read out the super chats.
I know, but we're going to just
look.
try it right
look,
here.
look. Hang on. No. When you click on the gear next to super chat alert,
yes,
it brings TTS. Okay.
Go down to TTS. It is
when you
now.
click on tip alert, it also has the same thing. So hang on. I'm gonna try something here. So when I set a $5 limit in tip alerts, and then I go back to super chat alerts and I go down to the same thing at TTS settings, it does not change.
It didn't change it.
Not the same. They are not the same.
So
and then when I go back, it's let's see if it's persistent, we'll know. And it's still 5 on.
This should be good. I should be set.
So they should be separate. They should be separate.
We should be okay then.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna just.
That is the kind of thing they would
every
do.
Every 3
so
seconds.
Not, yeah.
We're gonna stop every 3 seconds, and then we won't get copyright struck.
That is not. Okay.
It is.
Multiple SWAT units responding to hostage
because it's again, I have a lot of faith in this
situation.
Hey Brooks, pause for a second.
Yeah.
How many views does that trailer have?
11 million.
How much revenue do you think that brings in? They 100% care about the revenue from the trailer. The trailer is content. They're making money on the movie before the movie comes out because the trailers now make money. They're not just paid to be published, right? Okay. So
all right, fine. I'll stop.
No, it's too late now.
No. Now everyone will just
late
go.
Now you've already
now
done
you're
it.
just going to make everyone go watch the fucking trailer, and they can go do that. It's fantastic. It's a great little reveal. I'm excited for it, and I haven't been excited for a comedy thing in a little bit. And Pamela Anderson's been wonderful. She plays the femme fatale of the series. And if you didn't watch The Last Showgirl, like she was amazing in it. But she also has great comedic timing generally. So I'm very, very, very excited about it.
I can't remember the last thing I've seen her in. What was the last?
Just ready?
Because she had like a long break where she just stopped acting, right?
I mean, she's been in stuff, but yeah, mostly.
What was the? I'm trying to remember. I don't think I saw something from her before she was like really young. After.
I'm okay with.
I think it might have been Borat. I think the last thing I saw her in was Borat.
That was more of an accident than anything.
Yeah, but I think it's the last thing I saw.
Last
her in.
Showgirl, watch it. Anyway, here, watch the next 10 seconds.
Hey,
Sunday.
Little girl, stop. What do you want, little one? Your ass.
That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beat.
I'm done. That's it. It had me at that moment.
Okay.
It's like, okay. And then, then literally, and because it said, he then murders everyone with a lollipop, which is great.
Are you?
Frank Drebin, Police Squad. The new version.
That's the sound of the police.
It could be it. I'm excited. I just think it's, and then they got the gag here.
Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
Sound of the police.
Oh my god.
It's as far as these gags go, those are solid gags, and they're not like big splashy ones. They're just solid, good gags.
The last one sold me.
To me, it's great. I got to tell you, can you imagine being O.J. Simpson and this hits? Like, I think that's funny. That it makes it even better for me.
Yeah.
The O.J. joke, the whole thing, I think, is just, it has the right tone. I have faith. I have faith. It's been a few weeks, but I have faith. I do want I just want to have because
it was nice running this joint channel for a little while.
Dude, by the way, we've been copyright struck a few times, if you didn't know.
Imagine my shock. No, we haven't been copyright struck. We've had our monetization diverted, which is different.
Yeah, which is all this is. That's fine.
No,
and then you just delete the section and you're
copyright
done.
Strike can mean your channel's just...
Yeah, but we're not doing copyright strike shit. We're getting monetization things.
You say so.
One of the things I do... do you know the Vigilant Fox?
The Vigilant Fox.
This is the future of... I think the way I would put it is this is the future for Twitter of content. This is what Elon posts this guy. He retweets him. Vigilant Fox is an ex-user who's fucking insane and is just like makes up shit and then just clips the shit out of a couple things and creates threads. His entire existence is stuff like this. If you just go like find his profile, it's all I'm a writer, video clipper, pro-freedom citizen. And it's like literally, here's what happened next. And it's like, that's all of his posts. And then there are all these like, engagement farming threads. That's what he does over and over. Over and over and over and over.
RFK Jr.'s face just terrifies me every single time I see it. There's something wrong with it.
Well,
it's just...
yeah.
He looks AI generated. I don't believe he's real.
I got to tell you, I think in HD, we would not be super excited about JFK's face these days. So, especially after the accident. So the setup here is simple. He's talking about, and he reveals that RFK Jr. just named the government agency behind America's geoengineering nightmare. For years, they told us chemtrails were just a conspiracy theory. RFK Jr. isn't just confirming crimes are happening. He's exposing exactly who's behind them.
The crimes, quote unquote, why is it in quotes? Crimes, quote unquote, are happening.
4.5 million views of mostly bots, probably, but still, as far as like engagement on Twitter goes, that's a solid number.
Oh.
So as we dive in, do yourself a favorite bookmark. So he just goes through, he's like, hey, by the way, here is chemtrails. And this is what jets are spewing everywhere. The chemtrails are insane. And this got posted by the Vigilant Fox, posted this, and this guy, here's the tweet, and here's RFK Jr. going, we're going to stop this crime because this is the hell world we live in.
This is how you prove chemtrails, okay? This is the information you need. You need to like figure out the days that people are reporting chemtrails and the number of searches for, oh, my testicles are suddenly smaller. Is this a medical emergency on Google? And if you find a correlation, then you know those are the chemtrail ones.
Enjoy this.
No.
RFK sat down with Dr. Phil and stunned the audience when a woman named Emily asked him point blank about toxic aerosols. This is someone who think about now again, Dr. Phil is not Alex Jones, right? I mean, he kind of is a little bit now. But this is on his show.
My biggest concern is the stratospheric aerosol injections that are continuously peppered on us every day.
She wasn't laughed off. People didn't giggle. This is accepted discourse.
Bromium, aluminum, strontium, it's sprayed in our skies all day long. And I know you've talked to Dane Wigington about this. He seems to be.
This is why you only eat organic vegetables, right? Continue.
In the field.
Is there a question?
Yes. How do we stop it?
So
what's happening?
Oh God, I hate this man's voice. It's just ugh.
I know it's awful, but
it's like garbage pail Palpatine.
Here is what a member of the American government, the Cabinet Secretary of Health and Human Services, said in response.
That is not happening in my agency. You know, we
in Health and Human Services, we don't do this.
Don't do that. It's done. We think by DARPA.
Oh God.
Fucking what the fuck?
And a lot of it now is coming out of the jet fuel.
Yes,
so,
sir.
you know, those materials are put in jet fuel. I'm going to do everything in my power to stop it. We're bringing on somebody who's going to think only about that, find out who's doing it, and holding them accountable.
Sir, why are you heading to the health department? You can barely breathe.
I like that. We think it's DARPA. Which I love. Because again, he's at the cabinet level in the presidential office, which oversees DARPA.
Yeah.
I like this. This is like the conspiracy theory.
Maybe he meant HARP.
It's I mean, HARP is, if you didn't know, a DARPA project. Was that an unintentional good joke?
I actually didn't know that.
And HARP's a big one. That's weather changing stuff.
Yeah, well, I know what it is. I just didn't know it was that.
It's overly clever. Defense agency. DARPA is where the defense industry at large for the government spends tons of R&D money. That's what DARPA stands for, effectively. Defense agency research, blah blah blah, some other shit like that. And they do like really boring stuff to really exciting stuff. And it's the boogeyman in conspiracy theories for like 40 years. Ooh. Mostly what they do is kind of boring shit.
Interesting. So you're half right, apparently. So in early May 2013, HARP was temporarily shut down, awaiting a change between contractors to operate the facility. In July 2013, HARP program manager James Keeney said that DARPA is expected on site as a client to finish up some research in fall 2013 and winter 2014. So they are a client. They have been a client.
They're a client of HARP, which probably is run by Jews.
King David did play a harp.
I'm genuinely like always amazed. And now we're at the point where the people who have the most power in the government, who claim the ability to do anything and see everything and be able to get into every document that there is and everything, are also claiming that there are still pockets of the deep state in things like DARPA and other shit that just no one can find. Like, we don't know where this stuff is. It's wild. And it's like, that's kind of amazing to me. I thought this was amazing. He simply said, it's done by DARPA. Let that sink in. The Pentagon's secretive tech arm, best known for creating experimental weapons and surveillance tools.
I'm just struggling to understand why DARPA would have an interest in chemtrails on Americans.
I mean, again, you just aren't thinking about it right? Because DARPA just wants to do evil things.
Well, I mean, clearly what
Because
they're actually
state-
trying to do is cull the population of sentient mind parasite worms.
I mean, maybe the worm was working for the
I
Cuban.
mean, he kind of looks like an earthworm, doesn't he? Like one of
You know,
sort of
you
left
know
out
where
on
else
the
there are
sidewalk.
worms? Bottles of tequila.
That's not earthworms. It's
No, it's not earthworms. I don't
No,
think
it's
he
some
had
other kind of
earthworms
worm.
in his brain either. I think you don't think he had an earthworm
I mean,
in
look,
his
yeah,
brain.
I looking at
That
him,
would
I
be
think
funny.
I think he's got earthworms in many places in his body. Mezcal worm. It's actually an insect
Mezcal.
larva.
Mezcal.
Mezcal worm. It's an insect. It's not even a worm. It's a larvae. You.
There's
The red worm is typically considered tastier, apparently, than the white one.
Ed, whatever you want to call it, I know it's in mezcal. I'm not whatever. We call it tequila worms. Americans don't understand other cultures, and we have weird idioms that utilize other cultures out of context. If you didn't know, I can recommend some books on it. Regardless, he is fascinating. I think this is.
I find he's one of those few people where it's like, yes, but also, I just physically have trouble watching him.
You're not alone in that. He is just awful, kind of in every single way. And there's nothing good about him. I mean, I'm not going to say otherwise. There's nothing good about anything he does or how he does it.
That is a deep one right there. That's what that is. That is the Innsmouth look on that man's face.
Yeah, it's fair. It's very strange. Oh, God. We are nearing the multi-hour mark, though. Is there any other stuff you wanted to go over today, or because I know there's a lot of stuff we didn't even get a chance to sort of get to ultimately.
Let me go through it quickly.
There's the depressing stuff around more stuff even being erased. You had the piece.
Oh yeah.
We can spend more time on it tomorrow, probably though.
Friday.
Friday. Let's do it now. We're gonna do it now.
Let's do it now.
Friday, I'm gonna have a different conversation. All right. Well, Sunday, you posted it up. What?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it because the organization of the site I have to get used to still. Where the hell did I put that?
I'm sharing the screen.
Yeah, but I can't scroll through it then. Yeah, so today, I think, my sense of time isn't great these days, either today or yesterday, mostly because I'm scrolling my phone at like 3 a.m.
Oh, shit.
Trump let go of something to the tune of 400 climate scientists.
Yep.
Just unceremoniously gone. This is obviously from before that. There is a problem right now where it's not just a matter of what this article goes into. We've talked a lot about on this channel how the hack and slash blind dissembling of different elements of bureaucracy, some of which probably could be pared down by like a more conscientious eye, but that is not happening, is resulting in tremendous amounts of not just knowledge loss, but also basic didn't fix it, but also a basic breakdown of the ability of these organizations to replicate themselves, because their expertise is gone. People learn on the. It's like with factories. People adjust to on the ground realities, and
that was a super chat. You didn't want me to fix super chats.
No, I wanted you to fix super chats and not fix tips.
The other way, I thought.
Yeah.
No.
Reverse that. Yeah.
Tips are why would we want every $2 super chat to be yelled at us?
We don't. We want every $2 tip to be yelled at us.
Yeah, that wasn't a tip.
Yeah, but it made a ding.
Yeah, it still makes a noise when someone donates.
Ugh. Anyways, what this article goes into is something else, where it's like data maintenance and also like referencing and the ability to collate information between different departments to preserve and to update our understanding of the climate, as well as like the historical backlog of climate change data.
The archiving.
That is the archiving of it. All of that is being destroyed, and it's not necessarily retrievable.
No, it's not.
Like there's some kinds of things where it's like, this is published information, it can be found, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of the stuff that's not published, a lot of the stuff that hasn't been used yet, a lot of this stuff. Look, we are on a very short timeline where literally the part of this rock we're on that is the condition of human life to exist is rampantly altering in ways that will just permanently change the shape of inhabitable land on this planet. And not only have all of the experts who are tracking this been fired, or a very large number of them, the information that is required for people in that position, say once rehired to do their job, is being permanently effaced.
And gone. To read from it directly,
yes,
there's real concern that the data may go away, that the satellites, measurements that have been collected for 40 plus years may not continue. Santer told a room of more than 100 science students and environmental researchers at Stanford University last month. He was there to deliver a lecture hosted by Students for Sustainable Stanford and sponsored the university's Woods Institute for the Environment. It's not just a loss of institutional memory, he said. It's the dismantling of the tools that proved what is happening to the environment over the last few decades and the causes. The evidentiary chain, he warned, may break.
That's the crux of it, too. When you're talking about like any sort of long-term scientific endeavor, you're talking fundamentally about a social system. You're talking about this information was handled by these people and then conveyed to this next generation of people and so on and so forth. And you have a canon and a continuous process. And when that is severed, that may never be picked up again. This happens a lot in philosophy, weirdly, where, for example, a lot of work that is very influential, that yields massive amounts of attention, something happens in the culture, it's not paid attention to anymore, and it is literally just gone. It just doesn't disappear anymore. It's one of the cool things about Deleuze, that he brings up a lot of these philosophers that were forgotten to time, but forgotten to time over the span of less than 100 years. This is terrifying, actually, because we're likely going to find ourselves in a place that is...
Bruno Latour is rolling in his grave right now.
Bruno Latour is rolling in his
alive.
grave.
Is he alive?
Bruno Latour passed a few years ago.
Oh. 3 years ago, damn. I think we had this exact conversation already.
We have twice, actually.
Okay.
So this will be the third time, which is fine, because I prefer also to live in a world where Latour is still alive, and that would be nice if I could also forget that.
Instead, we live in one where he's apparently dying every
couple of years. I have to have the conversation. Yeah, the function of all of these things kind of puts us in a really weird place. And like someone in chat is like, why is it the US's role? Well, there's actually like our sort of setup as a thing, and it's not so much that the US is actually in control of climate change or that it's up to us. We actually have the most funding. We're probably one of the wealthier nations in the world, if not the wealthiest nation in the world, with the UK and then China, I think, following up as like the three when it sets up to that. But the research institutions as a thing tend to be at the places that have the best research institutions, which is going to be the Ivy League schools of America. From, in overseas, you get there's Swiss schools, there's Oxford, Zurich, for example, is pretty huge. But to like not realize that Harvard or Stanford or Yale or like all these other places that are major scientific hubs that do this, and how much money is put there and what their endowment is and how much like effort and time, these things aren't collated by private institutions. And this is what Sunday's talking about here. And it's the thing that is important is the state side that exists for academics, the government funded education and how that's stored and how that's kept, and having, again, the chain of evidence, who actually is running these satellites. it ain't Musk right now. I know Musk wants it to be him, but he also doesn't have satellites doing any of the research that we have NASA building these things for. The way these things are done, how all this information is collated, where it's brought together, all of that shit. It's important for that reason. And, Europe's got its own, for sure. Africa has its own. China is doing a huge amount. Australia is doing its own thing. But the U.S. is, for a lot of reasons, in that unique position. Or at least we were, because as this evidentiary chain dies, it will be necessary for us to sort of move to secondary position, which is going to be the UK, and just be waiting for that to go away for the third position to be China. Like, who's going to be continuing and keeping this linchpin for all of this data if it isn't the US government? And that's the thing that's being sort of destroyed here. With any luck, the IPCC, which is the international group that does this, has been maintaining connections to all this, has been holding on to it.
Well, and one of the things, like there was that nuclear scientist, I can't remember if it was a nuclear scientist, but that guy who was held up, the French guy who was held up at the border because, he had American nuclear secrets. Better send him abroad very quickly. France, in response, was offering essentially asylum to researchers in the United States. And one of the things that I would love to see happen that would be very positive is if these people don't just end up going into private life, they end up finding new opportunities for research elsewhere so that the tradition can continue, their work can continue at a more international scale, which it was largely at this point as well. Like it's a lot of the technology is being facilitated by the United States. A lot of the record keeping is. That's where a lot of the danger is. But that institutional expertise can be preserved, provided that these people are given somewhere to land and to teach and to continue to be involved and so on and so forth. One of the problems here, again, is like you can't just hire people that take decades of training and centuries even of institutional discipline to produce. You can't just generate them. It's not like a strategy game where it's like, oh, we need more scientists, start generating more science.
Sunday doesn't know that I fucking crashed out. 1 second.
The
Sorry.
on-the-ground knowledge.
You're going to have to state again. For some reason, it disconnected me.
Oh, that's okay. Are we back?
We are back.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you had the wherewithal to cut that extensive racist rant I just went on, Brooks. Thank you for having
I do what I can for you,
that
buddy.
I don't.
I do what I can for you. Sorry about that. Eventually, we'll have no technical issues.
Eventually, we'll be signed into a Musk-owned system to do any of this. Are you mad Apple capitulated to Trump? Capitulated to Trump
because they're gonna build one of those factories here, just like they did the first time around. Remember that very successful Foxconn factory that ended up not being a factory, ended up being empty land, ended up being not the 100,000 jobs or the 10,000 jobs, but hundreds of jobs.
Nobody talks about the wall anymore that Mexico is going to pay for.
Yeah, eventually they'll pay for it. Again, look. People don't care about on that side. They don't care about these things. The way that pollution is operating and the reasons to take it seriously, they're just going to say all day, "Oh, we're shitting on China." The chatter we've had, who's been sitting here talking about how Chinese work on slave wages, really, because they get paid a third of what we get paid. A third. That's the average salary in China. So we're 3x, I guess. That's great. China is the number one polluter. They've been working, as someone who's traveled extensively to Shanghai, Beijing, and Guangzhou, I can tell you right now that the last 10 or 15 years, China has changed in terms of air quality and setup. It's very, very different than it used to be.
Yeah.
Again, they're making changes because
those old images of Beijing, I mean, they still happen, but
oh, dude, when I used to go in the mid-10s, I would literally go to a store. I would expense because it was for work. I would expense an outfit or two, and I would have one dress shirt underneath a suit coat that I bought for it that I was planning to throw out when I got back because the whites, and you wouldn't buy white because wherever your suit coat was, it would actually darken and blacken everything else because there was so much shit in the air. I have pairs of shoes
from the air.
Just in the air. I have shoes that were ruined by a 2-day trip to Shanghai just walking around because they were changed from, they were suede, which is stupid of me, but you know, they were changed from to being muddy, gross black. It's disgusting.
No, they're like, I'm reading here, they're down like 42% compared to where they were. When you look at photos of Beijing in like 2010, you're looking at a place that looks like something out of Lord of the Rings, the bad part of Lord of the Rings. When you're, in fact, people would, a lot of right-wingers like to joke about China being Mordor, or if they weren't really joking, were they? Now, when you look at it, you can see pictures of blue skies and the sun reflected off of skyscrapers. It's a world of difference.
It's drastically different, and it's and it's continuing. It's one of the
I mean, they're not there yet. You still have to wear a mask, but it's like on bad days. But it's not. It's a different planet at this point compared to where.
I mean, there were visits I had that you couldn't. It was like living in a cloud, and it was a nice sunny day. Apparently, I'll also never forget. Like one of the most miserable times I had was at China Joy, which was a big games conference that they have in Asia every year, and it was 119 degrees outside, which in that kind of,
oh God,
it was like nothing it was like when I was in Dubai, it was nothing like Dubai is like a dry, awful heat, even though you're on the water. It's very different.
I thought you were going to compare it to
muggy, awful.
I was like, I didn't realize Dubai was known for that.
Dubai, I mean, it's a desertified place, but it's nothing like
desertified. New word of the day. Desertified.
It's a wild thing.
Someone said all these philosophers seem to only die of cancer. Michelle Serra died in 2020 died of lung cancer. Yeah, but A, these people are all smokers. Old, and B, they're all French. They're all smoking.
They're all smokers.
So
now, all of them, every single one of them, as far as I know, were smokers.
Remember the Dare show that you saw at the beginning of the stream that I apparently didn't.
And the champions learned smoking is a gateway drug. True or false? True. Yay!
Wait, was that the question?
I don't know. Probably. No. Probably. That's a question. 100%. I think it was a question on one of them.
I don't remember them ever actually talking about smoking or alcohol in Dare, because they used to do it at my school when I was
smoking
younger.
For sure.
Smoking for sure. I don't remember them talking about it for me.
Booze was not a thing for us.
Well, booze is just Coca-Cola for grown-ups, Brooks. It's not a drug. Caffeine's not a drug. I don't think they mentioned nicotine, actually. Smoking, though, is like it's edgier somehow. I don't know exactly what it is.
It was.
It has more class associations.
That's why I started smoking. That's what got me.
There you go.
It's and I've done my share of everything. Hardest drug to kick in the world. Because I've never experienced anything like the frustration or anxiety that comes from quitting smoking, and how that fucks with your body, and how it just convinces you that it needs itself. It's an astonishing thing. Like smoking is wild.
Titan says he has about 80 packs and years, and he can still breathe fine. Well, that's because you're smoking one pack a year.
Titan. 80 pack years? What does 80 pack years mean?
He's been a part of the pack for 80 years.
What is 80 pack years? I smoked 30 years. I smoked 2 packs a day, almost. So
I tried one cigarette once, and I didn't inhale.
I started when I was like 12, and I smoked until my son was born, about a month afterwards. So it's brutal. No good. Don't do that shit. It's bad.
His son is still smoking to this day. That wasn't funny.
No.
No.
What are we planning for Friday? Because we are looking to have a lighter stream with a little bit of news at the beginning. Are we looking to do anything Sunday? Anything fun that you have off the top of your head?
I think you wanted to do the drug dealer game.
I do. Schedule 1. I want to play some Schedule 1, and I want to find a couple people who want to join our group and play as a gang and enjoy some stuff. But you have to be fun on stream. You can't just be fucking around.
So is Kid Not Ken fun on stream?
Kid Not Ken is pretty entertaining. He knows how to play. Let's have fun and comment at the same time. We could have him join our gang. We need probably 4 for me to be comfortable.
He's still alive. I keep looking for him to raid into, and he's just never live.
He's taking a little bit of a break. He's trying to like figure out what he's doing with the channel, I think, and getting some shit in order.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll find people. Where are we sending everybody?
I don't know. Tell your dad, if your dad's still with us, quitting smoking is one of the best things you can do for your kids. Really hard. I tried 4 times, and it's really difficult. It was over the course of a month. And finally I ended up, when my son was born, I cut the umbilical cord. It was back, by the way, they don't allow dads in the delivery room anymore, thanks to COVID and everything, which is depressing as shit.
I'm fun. Brooks, check DM for relevant clip on smoking.
I will check it. When I cut his umbilical cord, the blood sprayed on my hand, and I took a photo of it. And I ended up being able to quit because I mostly smoked with my right hand, and it was like habit. And so I
you tried to smoke it, and then you stopped.
No, I went and I got his blood. I gave the photo to a tattoo artist, and I had them replicate the blood from it, so I'd never forget. And I couldn't bring myself to smoke again after that. It worked. Yeah. So I have that forever. So my son's birth blood, basically.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, it helped a lot, actually. Changed my life. It's funny the way that that kind of stuff can do that thing for you.
Yep. No, but actually, Brooks, people change their behavior by being lectured at by a cop at your school.
I mean, as Dare has taught us.
Exactly.
Clearly.
Also, I know you wanted to watch a film at some point in the server, and we're going to keep it mute for the stream. It has been suggested, in line with the book club, that might be The Ninth Gate, if you're down. If that bores you, we can do something else.
So here's the thing. I'm inclined. I'll give people what they want, and I can.
The thing would also be good. We should put it to a vote. Actually,
what we should do is let's have a mini discussion. We're going to put this up. We'll have community people vote on it, and we'll end up having we'll have a decision. I still think one of the best and most entertaining things has been one of the conversations, and it's what spawned us to want to do the You Haven't Seen a Podcast, which we never did, but I still think there's something there, which is that you, because of life, haven't watched nearly all the great things that have existed in the 80s and 90s. You missed, or the 2000s. And I think having me, who's overdosed on those, and then you, who's never seen it, live comment and getting how you feel about what I consider very dear films and that it will scar me when you don't like them, I think is actually quite an entertaining, fun thing. Thoughts?
Fine.
If people don't give a shit about that, again, that's just a high concept thing for me, because I enjoy people experiencing a film that I've way overdosed too many times and seeing how they react and all of that. It's like our discussion around Synecdoche, New York, that kind of stuff. I'm down
with it. I'm down with it. Let's do it.
I think it's fun. And
by the way, I watched Doubt recently. I was talking about it last stream that I did.
I saw. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
That was fine. It's just fine.
Yeah, it's okay. Had some good performances and was well directed. It didn't hit me the same way as a lot of other people. What's her name? God damn it. Oh my God. Please help me. The actress.
Which one? Amy Adams, Meryl Streep?
Meryl Streep, thank you. She's wonderful in it, but she's Meryl Streep.
She's amazing in it. I think
she's wonderful.
Honestly, I'm kind of inclined to think that's the best role I've seen her in, honestly.
I mean, I think she's great in a lot of stuff. I've always enjoyed, especially when she played, because she had a more serious thing. So when she did touch into more comedic, Death Becomes Her is actually a pretty fucking enjoyable film. It's not great, but it's fun. That kind of stuff. I've always liked that she took a few risks like that, but she's solid. Meryl Streep's solid. Amazing in that for sure.
Can't believe y'all are still going. It's my first day off in 30 days. Have some funs.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate it.
Very much, Rick. Thank you.
Speaking of days off,
are you really planning on sending us all to the lovely?
Queenman currently is covering the Ethan Klein versus Sam Cedar conversation that we were diverted from initially, and I imagine there's some people who might find that interesting. And generally,
I might go watch it.
Some political disagreements notwithstanding, I've found Queenman's commentary to generally be fair.
I mean, are you ready for this is my shame,
Go.
maybe. I like Queenman.
You like Queenman?
I so far kind of like Queenman.
Oh.
Not that he's grown on me. I've found very little forever being objectionable, and I kind of go more often than and it's because you don't do the drama content anymore, and it's probably for the best.
I hate it. It's not fun.
It is not good for you. Queenman seems to thrive in it, and I think enjoys it in a really odd, different way than you do. And I don't know. It's been on occasion fun to watch, and I think his takes on the H3 stuff have been really solid.
Dead Domain's not streaming. Dead Domain is premiering the Brando Wu thing, which is different. Is that still going?
Oh my god, how big is it?
Dead Domain is streaming. I don't know Dead Domain's pronouns. I
don't know who that is. I have no idea who that is. Dead Domain?
I actually legitimately don't know.
Dead Domain
is bigger sort of lefty political drama streamer.
Yeah. Lies of Brianna Wu, 2 hours and 19 minutes.
Yep.
And they're live streaming right now. I would vote Queenman. And then
I'm kind of voting Queenman just because it's covering stuff that we were covering.
Yeah, is he actively like right now on it, or has he moved on?
I don't know. I haven't been. I'm working right now. I don't know what Queenman's watching.
Queenman is watching something else right now. I don't know who this person is, and I have no clue what's going on. He just watched the Dead Domain video. He just watched the Dead Domain video too. So
wait, is this?
He's watching the Dead Domain video right now. So that's like a twofer, right?
Yeah. Well, it looks like he hasn't gotten to the Sam Cedar convo yet, so that's coming up. So good. All right. We'll see you all on Friday. Remember to believe in cherish the little things.
Cherish the little things. Enjoy yourselves. Take care of everyone around you. Just as a note, student loan people, please contact someone if you have outstanding student loans. There are advocacy agencies. You need to do that immediately.
Be proactive, and this will not get better overnight for you in the morning. You need to do
something about it. And if you know someone or love someone or care about someone who's also in that same spot, please let them know that this is the time to reach out. This is not a thing that will go away. It's about to be very, very bad. And
it will hit you. It will hit you.
It will hit you.
You will lose lots of money very quickly that you cannot afford to lose, which is why you took out those loans. So anyways.
Yeah.
Good night, everyone. See you Friday.